So I'm doing free mini love horoscopes for those wanting to know if love is coming in or what to expect with love stuff. They're not love readings that are full, but they give you an idea of what's happening, what's going on. Kind of like a weather report. How's the weather? How's the love weather, right? That's what these are for. If you want, put your natal information down below, and I will look into this for you. If you want to book a reading, all the prices are lowered because of the event, but these are free. In fact, I should put, hey guys, how are you? I'm doing a free mini love horoscopes. If you want to put your natal information down below, I will pull up your chart. So that's what I'm doing. So it has to be, your natal information has to be your location, your time of birth. Okay, that's the thing about astrology. You know, with crystal ball, it's super fast. You know, with tarot, it's fast. But when it comes to mini love readings, mini horoscopes, you got to give me your natal information. So let me pull up the okay, here we go. Okay, so let's see. Nanvit, so that's okay. So that's May 13th, and that is 1995. Okay, and this is Jagaron. Give me 1 second here. So that's 5:35 p.m. Okay, 1 second here. So in India, and it's Jagran. Okay, I'm gonna run a sidereal on you, okay? Because you were born in Asia. So give me 1 second here to run the sidereal chart. And I'm going to bring up some of the codes that I want here. Okay, here we go. Okay, perfect. So let's take a look. This one is for, I'm working with Kidaliwal. Is that the way you say it, sweetie? Okay. Looking for love. So this, first of all, there was something not that long ago. Some of this can rehash again, especially with the strange moon going on right now. Very, very strange moon in Scorpio. But there could have, so this talks about you feeling kind of like really, really wanting something, but knowing deep inside that it wasn't going to work. So this is you going through some emotions where I think, you know, you're very well aware of what you're feeling, but You're also aware of how realistic it is. So there's a timing thing here. When it comes to new romance, you got to understand, if you're in a relationship, this can be where things get in the way, like things in life can get in the way of things. So like if your partner's, mind is heavy with work problems or something, this is very much the situation. If you're in a relationship, if you're not and you're single and you're looking, there's not a lot of excitement at this time, but let's go ahead and keep looking. If you're in a deep relationship that's been going on for a long time, the stability continues. And there's some positivity if you're already in a relationship where you do come up with a new thing to do together. So that's positive. If you're single, something committed at this time is not the right time. I'm looking for hot spots, okay? Can give me 1 second. There could be a situation where I say there could be. When I say something is going to happen, I'm very clear on what it is. It's just that you got to realize that your feelings. I'm not looking for emotions and feelings. I'm looking for events, right? Because astrology can also be read with what you're going to feel and all that fluffy stuff. I'm looking at what the events. I'm looking for love coming in, or a good love phase. And I don't know how you're going to deal with it emotionally, but there's something here that opens up in the next, I would say, between December and January, where you can put your interest in something from the past, kind of like a reawakening of something that you didn't notice before. So you may like someone that you didn't, it's self-explanatory what I'm saying. I don't want to spend too much time on this. As far as like new love, if you are single, I don't see it happening until, I would say, spring of next year, of 2026. And spring, I'm referring to my hemisphere. So I should be month specific because people are different seasons. I'm saying May, June is an area here, and it can start off with communication about something creative. So if you're talking to someone online or in person, I'm seeing that the communication that opens up is through something creative that you like together. So it could be film, books, something artistic, whatever. This is where it begins, and it begins with a friendly conversation, at least at this point. There could be a danger with a relationship that you start at the beginning of next year if you are single. Because I can't cut a reading to be if you're single or if you're not. So these are really for single. That's what I'm doing tonight, because if not, I'm going to sit here reading 4 different styles. These are mini love horoscopes for people looking for love. So if you're in a relationship, just understand what I'm saying to you. You're either going to have a good phase or a negative one, and this is how this is going. And yours is sidereal, so I'm reading like bottom and it's all the energies in this one. It's even more complicated to chart. So I would say if you're looking for love, it's not going to be until next spring, but there's an issue with it ending soon. But like I said, don't things change like that. So this is not this. I don't see a love happening at this time, like a big one. I don't see one at this time. All right. I hope that helped. But you know, it's not forever. Obviously, there's gonna at some point there's gonna be a hot spot. So you got to stay positive. And don't let anything with astrology keep you down. Just understand sometimes the right door is going to open when it's meant for you. So this could be a time to put effort into yourself, into your studies, or your own self. All right, and that makes you even more ready and more attractive by the time Mr. Right comes along. Okay. So this, I'm looking for hotspots. I'm looking for people that are single that are looking for love. This is really what I'm doing. If you're in a relationship and you want to know, let me know, and then I'll read it. The chart doesn't change what I'm doing. It's just that I cater to mostly right now single, and that's kind of like what I'm looking for at this time. But yeah, I can read anything, if you're in a relationship, that's fine. If you want to book a reading and you don't want to do this, all my rates are lowered. So if you want just straight up a reading on your situation, we can just jump into that instead of these little horoscopes. They're fun and they kind of tell you the weather. But if you're looking for clarity on your situation, we can do that as well. All right. So, okay. So 1:15 a.m. California, but I don't know the city. You're not telling me the year, So it goes like this. When you want to know your horoscope, anything with astrology, you got to know your full birthday, so month, day, year, where you were born, and stuff like that. So just put it easy so I can go ahead and do these. These are important. These are helpful for people that want to know what's going on with the love stuff. If they're helpful, that we don't have to do these. If you don't like these, you could just book a reading, and they're lowered rates anyway because of the holiday. So if you want like a tarot reading or an astrology based on your specific situation, we can do it that way. But these are helpful, like I said, because it kind of gives you the love weather, what's going on, what's coming in. All right. These are not, I don't really do these for people that are in relationships, really, because if you're in a relationship, you know how to navigate it, You don't use these to make a decision, really. For that, you would book a different type of chart with me. These are really good for people that are single, that are trying to figure, or they have a crush, or they're trying to see if something pops off with somebody they're interested in, but they're still single. And that's where these are important, okay? So again, I got to build the chart. I have my laptop here. That's what I'm doing. That's why I have the screen on, to let people know it's astrology. And I'm doing this kind of a fun astrology event for those that want to participate. And these are free. If you want to book a reading, all my things are lowered because of the event. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I can tell you. Okay, so give me 1 second. So so Jess is going to do, 4/28. So April 28th. Hang on 1 second. So April 28th. And the year is 1987. What time were you born, sweetie? 1:15 a.m. Okay. All right. And then it's in Sanger, California is the name. Sanger. Okay, there we go. Hopefully I said all the info right. All right, hang on. I got to put up some codes here and change from sidereal. I need to do tropical here. Give me 1 second. Okay. Again, astrology can be read with you know, emotions and stuff like that. I'm not doing those. I'm looking for events. I'm looking for a hot spot. Okay, let's get started. So whoa, that's really bright. Oof, hurts my eyes. All right. All right, so the first thing that comes in is the chart opens up with a very big impact, a very big heaviness when it comes to money and opportunity and something, you know, like when you've wanted something for a long time and it doesn't work out, but you find a way to cope with it. Not love, but it is impactful. It is a lot of emotion there. It can be with either moving location or maybe dealing with a group of people you haven't in the past. Sometimes that's family. There's some heaviness there, but you do get through it. Looking for love though. There's a change of heart, change of taste that sets in, kind of like a small epiphany. That's interesting. So again, not love. It has to do with you, but it has to do with inspiration, excitement, a change, a way of looking at things differently. This does fuel stuff later. I'm not sure if you're in a relationship, but this could be a lover. This intensifies. But you have to be careful because there's something not gripped on with that connection. So it's something that can, like, you know, in one phase and then out the next. So there could be something that's intense but that doesn't stay, and you'd have to really be aware of that connection, kind of change things, because it's all in really how you handle things. But naturally coming in, yeah. So okay, December, gonna be January, somewhere between January and February. There's something that's changing here with that romance. It's like something that is long-term but is not long-term. So when something appears to be long-term, but then it doesn't have its title, it doesn't have its connection. Okay, so in other words, if you are romantic with a person, but there's no title to the relationship, so then it would be like you're still single, but you have someone that you mingle with. So this is kind of like a mingling situation. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. That opens up here in the next 2-3 months, but it's how you handle it, depending on what that turns out to be. So that caught my eye. That's very interesting because it's sculptable. I would say that if you're not into online dating, you certainly should consider it. There is an opportunity at the beginning of next year where you can really hit it off with someone that starts with a friendship, and the person approaches you. So the person makes the effort to contact you. However that may play out, because you know, I'm not getting into like a deep read here to tell you how, but it doesn't matter. It's still letting you know the important part. This is connection online. And you have to be careful at the beginning of next year you don't fall in love deeply with the wrong situation. And reconnecting with something in the past might give something a different chance here, because this is a return of a romance, if you allow it. These are the things that I see. So it's a shifting time in this phase of life with love. I wouldn't say it's the one that hits it off. I would say that there's going to be some pocket room for interesting possibilities. It's not something that, oh my God, this is it, this is it. You know, sometimes people's horoscopes are like that. For you, it's like complicated. You seem complicated. Maybe that's why. But anyway, yeah, it is positive, but it's how you handle it and how you deal with it. So that's what I'm seeing here for this horoscope. You're not in love with anyone right now, not with anyone. Right. So that has nothing to do with what I was reading. You know what I mean? This is future stuff. So a lot of people get confused on what I'm doing. I don't know how to explain it. This is not a love reading on the person that, you know, you're going to meet, because that's a reading I offer. And this is not a reading on what you feel in your love life. This is the things that are going to be happening with love interests and opportunities coming to you in your romantic life, you know, in the near future. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, Gravity, not a problem. Let me go ahead. Is yours astrology? No, yours is a tarot, right? So I can fulfill your reading, sweetheart. Oh yeah, you got the okay, yeah. Let me put this aside. Thank you guys for participating. Yeah, no, it'll make sense when you know. These are, you know, these are like recorded. So if you ever need to like listen to it or whatever, it's in the archive. It will be in the archive. I don't know if that helps, but a lot of people have told me, oh, I heard it again. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. Deer caught in the headlights sometimes. Especially with me, I'm kind of cryptic when I talk, sorry. All right, sweetheart. Didn't mean to be confusing. Okay, let's see. So the love reading, okay, not a problem. So this one starts with a question. Let's see. It's not that I just answer one question, you know. I just start it off with a question. It kind of sets the flavor. So if you want to give me that, that would be helpful. Oh no, I hate getting over a cold. Sorry, so annoying. Excuse me. How rude. I'm doing this on camera, but they don't allow you to pause it more than 3 times. So sorry. All right, here we go. So what question do you have that you want to find out about? That you want to set the tone for the reading? What am I looking at here? So yeah, I answer a question, but it's not just the question. It's also, you know, a lot more that comes into play with the reading. Oh boy. Oof. I'm making sure I don't go under the time I always promise. So making sure that the timer. All right, here we go. Okay. Let's start off with an energy check. Oh, cat, what did you do, kitty, kitty? Uh-oh. Hang on, Gravity. I'm reading this part first, okay? There's somebody in the way, or there's something in the way. Let me tell you the first thing I see. The first thing that catches my eye is, number one, there's something positive, going on with you, whether it's, work or money or whatever it is that you're doing in your life, whatever project or financial endeavors or whatever you're pursuing. There's a very, very prominent, really good, there's success there, more than before. So this could be like a new phase that's either starting to enter your life or has already. I know that's not love, but it places around you. The love part, I am concerned a bit, because there's something kind of wedged in the way between both of you. And in a weird way, I wonder if some of it is envy. It's ugly because, I know that you guys are such a part of each other, but this is like not handling well that one person's doing well and the other person's not. So there's that kind of like dark side to the emotions, and it's a human thing to feel sometimes. I don't think it belongs in relationships, but if a person kind of gets triggered enough emotionally with things that are stressors, sometimes people feel that, and it causes a wedge. This is also, I wonder if it's tampering because of a person, something like an aggravator. You see something. Seriously, we're starting with that? I gotta get the room. Actually, no, you know what? Let me ask in a different way. I'll get a replacement. Okay. Because then I'll be chasing rooms all night. Okay. It just means the intensity of the answer is very, very strong. Okay. You're going to make it through it. Okay? That's the most important part. You're going to make it through it. Let's just go on with the tarot part. Because if I do it with the dice, well, I'm going to keep chipping away at stuff. Let's just dive right in. But the important part is you're going to make it through it. Okay? Sorry, you're saying some stuff here that I didn't read. Sorry about that, Gravity. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, I thought I missed something, but. Hey guys, I'm doing a paid read on the uncensored spot that you can't say. It's not TikTok, but it's YOU. And on here, on TikTok, I'm going to be doing free, or I have been doing free love horoscopes. So if you hang on a little bit, or you know, I'm happy to do yours. But right now I'm focused on a paid read. All right, on my other screen. All right. All right. The reading starts off with an attitude. Yeah, I mean, because you can't say everything is a VIO, you know, lation. Everything that you say on there. You can't say other PLATFORMs, MS. You can't, it's crazy. It drives me crazy. It's just like, ah. You can't even say, can you MEET on, you can't say that. So it's like the place, the space I stream on that's not censored. Hang on a minute. Where did I put it? What is up with tonight? My goodness. You don't have to get into details, because you in particular, it's not something where you have to kind of spell it out. I can kind of talk to you in my weird cryptic code way and you get it. I like that about you. Okay, so the reason is, I know these are public readings, but it's still, people are entitled to their own, discretion and things. Anyway, the reading begins with someone acting really bitchy, really difficult, really with an attitude, kind of pulling their foot down. But the other person takes it like, wow, come on, turn down the bitch a little bit. So it's strong. It's like someone told someone off, like someone put their foot down. It comes with unruly behavior, I guess. This talks about someone like telling, it's like someone is having, indulging in something, behaviors or activities or something where the person, has an issue with it. And this kind of rebellious, it can really put a wedge on things. There's a lot of, one of the things that can happen is, so again, I don't know your partner too well. I think I've only read for them like once, I think, or twice. But they seem a little bit more, how can I say, a little bit more, like you seem emotionally and mentally stronger. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, like, you're very strong and aware of what you feel and how you think. And they are more impressionable. So they kind of blend and morph and change depending on certain things, whereas you're more the anchor.
So, you know, like you definitely, yeah, you could be confused about things like, you know, business decisions or work stuff, but all in all, you're pretty, you know, very, very well aware and put together when it comes to, and they seem, if they are exposed, there, some people are, I guess, predisposed to being more sensitive to the crowd or giving into peer pressure or, um, you know, they kind of can be influenced easier or let emotions carry them deeper than, you know, without. You know, and I think that's why there's this complement between both of you, because you kind of anchor them more in certain ways while they might inspire you in certain ways, but you kind of lead the way in many ways in emotionally, if that makes any sense to you. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because the way that they're about to take things, or in other words, I see like the emotional spill that they will be feeling. Um, there's no need to take it to that level, but they do. Um, yeah. So this pressure point will cause a ripple effect of them and the way they feel and the way that they. So it's a lot bigger for them. Whereas you might say, let's just solve it like this. And for them, it's more overwhelming, I guess. They drawing it out or whatever. Um, you know, there's an emotion here where, you know, you hope that a decision can be made clearly, like, you know, make a right or make a left or, you know, go up or go down, you know, very, very dignified, very determined, but it's not the way it turns out. This also talks about things turning for the better after an event. I'm not sure what that event is, because it's like a short read, so I'm not going to get into like the event itself. So this can be something that is scheduled together. So yeah, um, you know, this is like there's this, in a weird way, the pattern that I've seen that you guys haven't, just this is just from an outsider, so I'm not trying to judge or anything like that. It's just like the memory of the energy of you guys. There could be something where it seems so lost, kind of like a bottle out at sea, that, you know, it seems like it'll never get back. But in a weird way, if people kind of knew, you know, that bottle does come back actually 4 times if you understand, in, you know, gravitational pull of water patterns and the moon. You know, it sounds so silly, the analogy, but what I'm saying is something that seems impossible kind of finds its way back. And that's what I'm trying to say with both of you. That it's not, you know, this won't break. It just seems like it goes to that edge. Um, so there are other influencing factors here. The people that surround both of you, whether that's friends or new people, and then the regulars, the regular pattern of people that circulate, make up your circles. Somewhere in there, there's also going to be harmonizing energy as well. You may not notice it, but someone might say a comment, or, you know, so you do have forces and things that help you through this. One of the things that he has to watch out for in the future with both of you is how much he trusts friends. There's something a little vulnerable about him that you don't have that much. You're a lot more, I don't know, you kind of see through things faster, you know, people and things, and he might not. So I also see that one of the things that you can do is there's like this strong, comforting approach that you're going to see a chance to take, and I think you should take it. So this is the reading kind of saying, you know, right now this doesn't make sense, but in the near future, you could be the one that, you know, you kind of look above what the situation and just be comforting, and then that person just, like, you can just kind of do away with, you know, what happened. I don't mean sweep it under the rug, that's not what I mean, but the repair, you know. You can talk about things later, but that moment. So there's going to be that moment as well. Let me see something. Yeah, let me. This reading ends in a very positive way. It's showing that you can't speed up or slow down what's going on. It has to carry through, but there's this reassurance of saying you're going to get through it naturally. You're drawn to each other and he needs you. It sounds so bad, so if he's listening, I don't mean it bad. He needs you. You know, there's gonna be, I don't know how close you are to his parents, but this could be his parents. They've come up before, so I think once. But there's an opportunity that comes both your way at the same time that changes things for the better for both of you. And I just see that this dark cloud kind of clears and the sunlight comes in. I'm not saying everything is perfect, but I'm saying things get better. There's gonna be a good year for you coming up. I'm not doing a year reading, but when this ends like it is, it talks about a door opening that sets a new pace. This is a positive reading. Yeah, I see you doing better. What? Wait a minute, what? I'm sorry. Yeah, this is not this is not long lasting. It just feels that way. Just have faith. I don't see you don't end. You make it back to each other and it's all right. I don't see it as you don't have. So to answer your question, just to be very clear, that you get your question answered. Are we going to work out still? The answer is yes. I find that you work it out. So December, January feels really good to me. Right. Right. There's something, the changes are coming, you know. Big ones are coming this new year. Yeah. So you do make it, and there's it depends how you look at it, you know. Things can't stay identically the same, you know, long term. Things have to change to progress. So sometimes it just gets a bit messy. But yeah, I think one of the things to watch out for in the future is who he surrounds himself with, because there's going to be something going on where he kind of starts to morph a bit with the opinions of who he's hanging around because of a new perspective. And that might be challenging for you, because it might be at a time where you kind of are so deep into your stuff that you may not realize it until it becomes an issue. So you gotta keep that, keep that at bay. Thank you so much, Gravity. I'm sorry, Zach, there you are. How are you? Do you still offer tarot readings? Yeah, I have my list open for readings. I don't know why the TikTok is making the words so like transparent almost. I upped the brightness. Right now what I'm doing is, thank you so much, sweetheart, and happy holidays. Right now what I'm doing, you guys, is I'm doing free, what do you call it? A mini love horoscope. So it's kind of like the weather. It's not a deep love reading or anything like that unless you book one. Okay. So if you're interested, all you have to do is put your natal information down, and I'll kind of tell you what's going on. Yeah, sure, no problem. You love generals, don't you? Not a problem, not a problem. Let me see what I got here for the sale of the, as far as generals. Probably the horary one. I think you'll like that one the most. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because all the other generals are like more expensive, I try to keep the cost down for you guys. They're always there if you want real large ones. I have all kinds, but I think the one you're looking for packs the punch, and it's like a fraction of it. So I think you'll like it. Oh, you love generals? Oh, yeah, that's yeah. I mean, I guess it's interesting. Generals are nerve-wracking, aren't they? Like, you never know what's gonna come up. At least the other one, you just kind of, even though there's a way to fit in like what they need to know, sort of, but some people get nervous by generals. They're like, I don't know what's gonna come up. I'd rather ask the question about my job. Okay. It is what it is. But I do a lot of year readings during the beginning of the year, like for New Year's and stuff. Oh my God, I have so many. That's all I do for some reason. That's all people want in January. It's like all kinds of generals and all kinds of New Year's readings. So I have like all sizes. That's the most popular time for people to get that. When you could get a solar return at any time. The best time really is your birthday, according to astrology. Because in astrology, you've got a birthday. Oh, how pretty! A coral reef. Oh, that's so beautiful. Thank you so much, Deanne. Or Deanna, I'm sorry. Okay, so let me explain to you guys what I'm doing here. When I start my stream, I like to start off with freebies. Usually, if you guys catch me on here, I'm usually doing free crystal ball. I love doing those. When I do free yes and no, they are made up. I'm very open about it. When the algorithm's doing crazy stuff and you're trying to like get it going, we just yes, no. Am I going to be a giraffe? Yes. Does Elvis talks to me? Yes. Am I going to be a millionaire? Yes. So I hate those. I'm very like cynical with that. But when you see me give away like 3-card reads, or I'm doing mini reads and stuff, those are legit. They come from the heart. Like I'm 1,000% on board with giving you real ones. And of course, obviously my paid work is all real. It's just the yes and no. I hate yes and no. I hate yes and no. But unfortunately, it's a necessity online sometimes. So on a rainy day, you'll see me do crappy yes and no, and I'll tell people these are just for entertainment. Other than that, you know, you can get mini ones. My list is open. I have a lot of sales on astrology and tarot and stuff if you guys want that. Most of the work that I do is love. I do a lot of career work as well. You say, I never have questions, so I just ask for a general. Oh, okay. Okay, that's cool. So what I do is when I do, you know, free readings, it's usually love because that's what I focus on. I'm a love specialist. and you know what would be really funny if I did a series of videos on how to spot like psychic scammers. I would love that. But think about it, it's hard to do. I want to do it, but if I have to grab examples online, that's not cool to do, nor legal, because you have to take little snippets of other people. And I would never do that. I would never put someone on the spot that's ugly. I would never do that. So I have to come up with a way where I maybe just like orally, descriptively describe situations. And then maybe I could come up with examples like that. I could do something like that because I think this would be interesting for people. Anyway, you know, like how to spot a fake palmist or how to spot a fake astrologer or something like that. Okay, here we go. Oh, hey Aisha, thank you so much, sweetie. Okay, Deanna, you're asking for a general. So generals are paid. What I'm doing here is a love horoscope for free tonight. These are legit, these are awesome, but not, you know, it's only for single people looking for love. So if you're a single person looking for love, give me your natal chart information, which means, you know, your birthday, your time of birth, and your location of where you were born, if you want. And I'll pull up a chart to find out what's going on with your love life or what to expect, what kind of weather is happening, you know. Is it going to rain? Is it going to storm, you know, whatever, in a good way. That's what I'm doing for free here because it's astrology night. And if you want, you can book a reading. Oh, Zach, okay, there you go. So let's see. Let's see, you know what? If you have, because I don't want you to wait, Deanna, because I want to take Zach's reading next because he paid and I don't want him waiting. If you want, just, I know you don't like questions, but if you want me to do it right now instead of having you wait for your free reading, you can give me a question and I'll answer it with 3 cards if you want it like that. That way you don't have to wait. But if you don't want to come up with a question, then unfortunately you're going to have to wait for the freebie after the paid read because, you know, he takes preference. Okay? All right. Zach, you want to meet me on the place that's not censored so that I can read it? And I got to sign off on here because what's the point of having my readings on a place that's uncensored if I'm continue to stream on the place that every word can be a flag word? So I'm on there now, and then I'll be back here to do freebies. Okay, guys? All right, here we go. And in case you don't know, it's the LINK. All right. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss, Deanna. Yeah, okay. So Thanksgiving, is it going to be a success? A success? Okay, that's very open. Success can be money. Success can be happiness with someone. Success can be that everyone leaves the party happy. It's very open, but I will give you a 3-card answer to see whatever comes up with that. Okay, I'm sorry for your loss. Okay. And there it goes with puzzles again. Thank you, TikTok. Okay. Okay. This is a very strange answer, but this is what happens sometimes when people get like a general question. You're going to get a specific answer, but these are kind of like riddles because they're just 3 cards. You asked if your Thanksgiving, so this is specifically for Deanna. You asked if your Thanksgiving is going to go well, if it's going to be successful. And that's a tricky question. And I explained why, because success can mean, does it mean that you meet someone romantically and you hit it off? Or does it mean that someone brings you an opportunity of money? Or does it mean you got a bonus check from your boss because of a holiday? Or does it mean that everybody leaves the dinner party happy? Or, you know, there's just, you can go on and on what success is. But the answer that you're getting is a warning. And the answer is saying that someone can take the wrong medication. Someone can mistakenly take the wrong medication and have a difficult situation. Sometimes it's a mixture of food with the wrong medicine, or sometimes it's, you know, someone can have a mixture of what they're drinking and eating and the medicine they're on and have a reaction. So the answer would be no, it is not successful. And there's a warning of, you know, of this kind of thing. All right, sweetie? Thank you so much. All right. So let's go. So Zach, are you here? I don't want to sign off the other one if you're on here. So looking for Zach, we're going to start off with the reading. Let me go ahead and pull up your order, Zach, just to make sure I fulfill it the right way. Make sure what you got. Let's see. Okay, so yours is going to be the horary one, yes? It's not? Oh, I'm on there. Did you CLICK? You have to spell everything on this place. Did you on the right LINK? If you go to the place where you got the reading, it will show you the right place. You know? With the icon. You want to try it again? Because I'm on there. You might be on the wrong one, or maybe like it's an older URL, you know? Try it again because I'm on there. Hey guys, I just want to let you know something. It's really hard for me to keep track of 2 screens. So what I do is if you want my freebies and stuff, I'm always on TikTok, and then I fulfill my ordered stuff, my ordered tarot on the letter YOU, because I'm sick of the censorship on this platform. I am so careful with everything I say. This all started where 3 weeks ago they had an update and I said the place online that starts with the letter I like ice cream, and the second word is G like George. I just said to someone something about that, and it was a violation. And I said, I'm done. I'm done. I will not read cleanly and openly on that place. So I divert individuals that book to the place that I do. So that I pop in and out. It's not showing, sweetie. It's not showing. Okay, not a problem. I will start the live again. Not a problem. Let me double check here a minute while I'm on the. Okay. Yeah, you're right. It's not doing it. Okay. Let me go ahead and fix it. It's not your fault, it's mine. Or I should say, you know, it's a technical issue. Almost there. Fixing it. Okay. It should work now. You want to try it now? Yeah, don't you love it? I should keep these near me. Aisha's asking what kind of man is Ahmad. So that would be in a love reading, sweetie. I could definitely look for you. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. I cannot pause the camera when you have a bad cold. So unfortunately, you have to see me use a tissue. Sorry. Yeah, it should work now. I'll be back to this one, guys, so that I could do the free love horoscopes that I'm doing, okay? So I pull up the laptop and I'm gonna be doing free mini love horoscopes to let you know, those that are looking for love, kind of see the weather, what's going on with your love weather, the love forecast. I'm doing those for free. And if you want to book, the sale ends tomorrow for all my things that are lowered. So astrology, tarot, and all those things. Okay, so you can lock in the price if you want. Okay, so did it work now, Zach? Okay, guys, I'm so sorry, but I'll be popping in again. I'm gonna just reset the live just in case so people could find it. Oh, there you are. Okay. You found it. Yay. Okay. So yours is the horary, yes? All right, let me pull up the timestamp from the order because that's what I have to set the chart on. All right, here we go. So this particular thing doesn't work on your birthday. This type of, this branch of astrology works very differently. Different housing system, different everything. And this is just set on your, on the time for, on the, okay. So I'm going to set it for 12:09 a.m. All right, here we go. Oh, come on, sniffles and coughs. Come on, I'm tired of this. I hate this. I almost poked my own eye. It's crazy, I'm such a klutz. Okay, I really hurt my eyeball. All right, that's great, Lucy. At least my cat's not in here biting me. I hate when she does that. It's terrible. I have to keep a straight face and my cat's like freaking biting me and it hurts. She's sleeping now, so she's a good girl when she's sleeping. Okay, here we go. Pulling up the chart. Okay, here we go. So, the basic question is what's going to be going on in your life, okay? That's the main question here. So we start off with so there could be an argument and a problem when you're discussing moving or travel with someone in your home or your job. Let me explain. Let's say that you've had your job for a while and you want to move. Oh, I gotta sign off this space because it's very censored. So I'm gonna I do the booked reads on the YOUTUBE, and then I do all the free stuff on here. But I gotta sign off because every word on here is like a flag word, and I'm filtered, over filtered. I'll come back on this side, guys, so I could do some free mini love readings, which I'm gonna do for free. Okay. All right, I'll be back. Let's see. Okay. I know it's got to be confusing, but you can't say anything online in that fucking place. That drives me crazy. Okay. So let's say that with your, if you have in your, you know, if in your job you're trying to move your space, or you're trying to be from, you know, move your office, or maybe you want to move something that you're doing, that you're if there's like something that you're requesting to move or something that you're looking to do, there could be conflict with it. In the house, if you want to move your stuff to an empty closet, or you know, you want to move or rearrange something, there's a conflict. Is there any conflict that you're aware of? You know, this also talks about travel, so you can make an itinerary and you can make plans, and then the person that you're making it with, there's an issue with it. So anything that is change to job or place, but it's physical. It's a physical change with space. So it's like office cubicle, or the laptop you're using, or if it's rented, or, you know, you get the picture of what I'm saying to you. This is the first thing that opens your reading. It's a conflict with you wanting to change something, and then the other people involved, there's conflict. It's just saying to you that if you go through that trouble, you already know it's coming. So I think that knowing it eases the stress. Okay, that might be very good for you. I didn't want to say anything because they seem really cool, but, or at least, you know, the main person, but yeah, I never say anything like that I shouldn't, but I did feel that, yeah, being on your own or with a different, I think it would be beneficial. But the reading is explaining that it's not going to be easy to accomplish that at this time. It doesn't mean don't. It means that there can be a problem with it. Maybe you don't read the fine print and then you go to sign a lease, and then there's an extra deposit you didn't know about, or there was an issue with the place and you didn't see it when you signed in, and then you have to wait 4 weeks, or you know, there's something troubling. So what do you do about it? You're very careful with it. This also talks about relying on what is already familiar to you before you change to something that's not familiar to you. Yeah, it would be, but in you trying to change and transit your life from one, you know, to another, you're just going to run into some problems for about 3 months. And this happens sometimes. So it's saying that great idea, wrong timing. This also talks about relying on what's familiar. So I know you don't want to live at home. That would be terrible, you know, idea for your whatever, I guess, with what you feel. But it also talks about it is worth your while. In many ways, like you have to like give to get. And this also talks about relying on what you know. So it talks about where you think you're going behind and you think, you know, staying with family would be terrible. But this also talks about it might be terrible emotionally, but financially it can like make you, you know, even in a better, catapult you in a different, with more options. But again, I don't want to get into that because that's, your own stuff. But yeah, I'm just saying. The next part of this reading is, so again, the answer is great idea, but you have to be careful with this time, because this time in this phase of life, that part of your chart has turmoil, so it's not the best timing, is what I'm saying to you. Right. I know, because I don't want to push and talk. I know I could see that. I don't want to push you in a direction that, because I'm not here to make you uncomfortable. But if I see it's not that bad an idea, for God's sake. I mean, these people love you. And you just, my God, you think of financially how important and how, yeah, you'd contribute, but nowhere near what it's costing you now. I'm just saying, I don't want to get into that, but okay. This also talks about you not vocalizing enough to the people that love you. The stuff that, not vocalizing enough to the people that, that love you, that surround you, enough of your hardships, you'd have less burden. You'd have less burden. It's just that maybe you feel that if you do open up, then it comes with strings. Well, that's family sometimes. And that's okay. At the end of the day, it's so much better that you have economically more security and you have more options and you have to deal with emotional stuff different. But what's the exchange? So you, at the end of the day, make a list of pros and cons. What is more intelligent? What is going to give you the result that sets you in life easier, better? There are people that don't have that option, So it's a blessing that you have an option, and it's and looking at it in a different way can help you. All right, now, this also brings up something kind of peculiar. It talks about a male mimicking you. That sounds very strange. But if you dress a certain way, you might find that they find the same shirt. If you wear a certain cologne, you might find that they try to smell like your own cologne. If you try to do something in a certain style, you might find that they copy it. It's not negative or positive. It's just one of those weird things that show up sometimes in astrology and in readings. Kind of, what do you need to know? Just be aware, because it's one thing is you might not even notice it either at first, but if you open your eyes, you will. One thing is to have someone admire you because you inspire them, like low-key inspire them. But another thing is when a person's so lost that they start invading your space, which is not okay. And then 1 minute, a little bit of mimicry, a little bit of complimentary inspiration turns to invading your personal space. And this talks about someone that comes off like that. So this means that you're going to be dealing with, for a short time, but this talks about, or maybe it just ended and you just dealt with this person, but it's very strong at this time. Someone that tries to copy your style or your work or your, files or your way of being, or something that invades, your space. And they do it because you're seeming more successful or they're, it's very strange, but that's, yeah. Okay. Now the next thing, and that's on the social scope of things. And if it's slightly romantic, which I don't believe it is, it doesn't feel romantic to me. It feels more social. There's nothing really for you to do about it. Just be aware of it and you will naturally deal with the way that you need to. So again, those are just one of those hidden things. Not that big a deal, but I look for all kinds of little nooks and crannies. Let's go to the next section here. There's going to be, it hasn't happened yet, but there's going to be something extremely changing for you. I mean, you end up making a living online with what you do, your destiny. There's something that, you know, you end up for the rest of your life, like what you're going to be very involved with, which is very popular in 2025. But you see, if you were going to be a doctor, I would say to you, well, no, you're going to deal with incredible amounts of digital data and incredible amounts of digital machines and all of that. But that's not, I wouldn't consider that online. What you're going to end up doing is very interesting. I'm not doing a career reading on you, obviously, but there's, since I remember a little bit, like 10% of your chart, and I remember, you know, a lot of the energy through the years, that I do know about you, and I don't. This is a you know, kind of like one of those moment shifters, because I see that very soon you're going to have, with what you love, with what you want, with what you love, with what to do. We're talking career here. There's going to be a change in what excites you and inspires you, and it's the shift that you're about to experience paves a direct line to what you're going to do the rest of your life, which is very interesting, because this is one of those turning points in life. It's almost like 10 years from now, you'll look back and be like, you know what? It began like there. That's what I'm talking about. Excuse me. Oh, I hate colds. Oh, they're so terrible. All right. At least I didn't poke my own eyeball with this thing. All right. The next part. Well, let me see if I see anything else here. Okay, there's a struggle here that I see when a person says, I want to be a manager, I want to be in charge, I want leadership, but if they're going to give me that much stress and they're going to pay me that, I don't want it. I want it later. You understand what I'm saying? Or no? Did I lose you on what I said? And then this is like saying, yeah, don't do that. Go with it. Don't analyze it so much. If you have this opportunity, don't think it through so much. Understand you need it. Okay? Don't try to control the outcome. It sounds so strange. Like, I hear myself talk and I'm frustrating my own self, because it's like, do I really make sense to the person? Sometimes I do that in readings. It's hard because I can't hear you. Okay. Thank you. If I were to hear you, I'd kind of be like, oh, okay, this is his emotions now. But yeah, it's more awkward when I just hear myself sometimes. Okay. So this is saying to you, there's going to be something that when you hear it, when you think about it and you hear it, you're like, I don't know. I want it to be like that, and it has to be like that. And this is kind of saying, will you just do it? Will you just say yes? Will you just throw caution to the wind and be daring and bold and just say yes? Come on, this is going to be an interesting ride. You need this. This is what this is talking about. This is one person being pushy. Kind of like, you know, nudging you. So maybe like a manager, a boss, somebody like that. Someone really influential above your work status or whatever it is. Older than you. It comes from that. You know, come on, do this. You know, that kind of thing. But yeah, definite game changer. And you're going to find this moment where you're like, oh, I really want to do this. I love that. This is amazing. I am so inspired right now. And you're going to have this eureka moment coming up soon. Let's look at another section here. You're already setting roots in what you know you want to do. Okay, so let me explain. There's what you anticipate because you're really young and you have all these dreams and all these talents and all these capacities and all these goals. But then there's like your brain writing your future. I want it to look like this, and I want this since I'm like 12, and I want this outcome. And then there's this inner feeling, and you're like, you know what? Realistically, this is what's making me money. Realistically, this is what I'm good at. Realistically, this is where my life is being shaped. So there's this like planned out way, and then there's the way that you, like this magnet, like you're being pulled in this direction. Listen to the magnet. Stop with the, I have to figure it out and it has to be like this shape, this color, this number. I have to do this by this age. This is the way that I have to be. I have to make this income, and I'm going to look like this in the future. Stop. This is saying you got to listen to this, because there's a hell of a lot that you're missing. This is about inspiration. So you're going to start feeling and being magnetically pulled in a direction in your life at the end of 2025, most of 2026, when we're talking about your life career-wise, what you love, what you're doing. But you may be so caught up in the dreamy, whimsical thinking, daydreaming kind of thing, that you may not put two and two together, and it may surprise you, or this is where you have to be very Virgo with this energy. So if there's a section in your natal chart that, in your Virgo area, this is where you want to really use what Virgo's giving you, because Virgo's the analyzer, and they kind of strip away all BS and all whimsical stuff, and they get right down to it. And this is where things make incredible logical sense. And this is also Sagittarius energy as well. So this is a time where, because Gemini can separate, well, being so close to Cancer, you can emotionally build up around you kind of like a manifestation from the inside out, and you can feel your way through things. But that Gemini that you have is so strong, which is your sun sign. You can feel two different ways about one thing, and your heart and your head can kind of have these two different plans, and you're okay with that. But if you try to figure it out and get a solution, you might feel burnout sometimes trying to figure out, is it what I'm thinking or is it what I'm feeling? So this is a struggle. So this is the part of your chart, is what it's saying to you is, at this time, go with what's working for you. This may not make sense today, but this is something that I need you to keep in your mind the next couple of months, because this is saying, there's opening, and you're so caught up in what what you have thought up, what the concrete, what it looks like. Don't do that. Go for the doors opening. Let's look at the next part here. Okay, and one more thing with that. This also, it has a direct correlation with a fear of what you always grew up being afraid of, rejecting, of what you don't want. So this is where childhood, impressionable fears and things that people have. So for example, if everybody gave you a hard time saying, oh, you're dumb in math, and then you really knew that you were going to work with numbers, this is where that person can grow up and say, oh my God, I'm not, it's a bad analogy, but you get what I'm saying at a deeper level. I just talk really cryptic and weird, but hopefully you get my weird messages. I have to articulate better, but this is like when, the person says, I spent my life trying to not do anything in math because of the way they said something, but I knew that I would. So this is kind of bridging a gap between fears that you grew up with and the root of analyzing, okay, why do I want to do this? And I was lost for so long career-wise, and do I really believe in myself enough? Can I really do what I'm going to do? Am I really going to be successful? Is it really a pipe dream? So this is this shift, kind of saying, this is working out, this is where my life is pulling me, but how much is my old fears, impacting what I'm, how can I grow more? So this kind of strange dichotomy in feelings is occurring at this time for a short time, activated by something in your natal chart. All right, the next The next part here that I'm seeing has to do with hidden enemies and stuff. In one particular situation, there is a person. This is a man, and this is romantic, and this is a man that has a substance issue, some kind of addiction, something. So I don't know what his flavor of choice is. I don't know if it's gambling or whatever. There's a lot of vices, you know. Usually it's something that is altering, if you know what I mean. This place isn't censored, but I still like to maintain a certain, just, when I do professional readings. So I don't like to get into that many details. But so there's a person that struggles, obviously, with his addictive nature and can slow your potential down. So this is someone popping into the picture, love-wise, that works in many ways, the attraction and everything like that. There's something, that works a lot, love-wise, chemistry and everything. But are they healthy for you? No. It's more parasitic. It's draining and everything, but I see that it happens. So this is a romantic situation coming into your life soon, in the next couple of months. And you may have met maybe 3 months ago, possibly, because there's something connecting that. But it's just saying that this person, if you go about this relationship with a very intelligent grip and perspective, you'll be fine. But if you don't, it can stagnate success for you, because you're a person that, because you're so spiritual, you can be emotionally drained by others with baggage, and this is what this talks about. Okay? But it is a very interesting love connection. There's a lot there. There's a very, so that's the tricky part. Good person, bad timing for them, kind of thing, Yeah. So, he might be a Pisces. So there's water. He's heavy on water sign. Okay. I see another person there too, love-wise. And this person seems more emotionally dry and might be a little bit younger than you, maybe by a year or so. Younger than and the other one maybe a little bit older, but just like a tad. So yeah, and they're kind of polar opposites. So I do see two important love connections, male energies, coming up into your life. Let's see. I do see you meeting someone online that is really worth your time. And that's in 2026. And it could be around, this is a might. Usually I tell people, I'm not telling you maybe, I'm telling you this is happening. But in this particular case, as I'm placing the time frame, this is a sort of kind of thing with the timing. It's a ballpark idea. So this is summer-ish. So maybe July, maybe June. Yeah, no, it's after your birthday. So there's a very, very intelligent, I like his energy a lot. A lot. Let me see something. I heard a name. Let me see something here. Do you know of a Jeff? Do you know a Jeff? It's not related to what I was saying, but it's related to you. So in other words, I went off on a sidebar. I didn't mean to lose you there. I was talking about the guy's energy that I liked, and then I heard the name Jeff. So, do you know any Jeff? If you don't, make a note of it. There's different ways to write Jeff. So Jeff is short from Jeffrey, and there's a one with the letter J and one with the letter G. I don't know how it's spelled, but it's something significant. So maybe it's work related. Not sure. Let's go on to the next part here. So love is, at this time, it's a patience. It's about enjoying and learning from your experiences at this time, making the best of it, not trying to think so far ahead that you have everything figured out, because that figured out moment is coming later. No, it wouldn't be someone so far back unless they hit you up soon. It's possible, because I heard the name during a romance and social time when I'm reading this, so it's possible, but it'll make sense, you know. It is what it is, you know. It's just like an extra thing. You might make a note of it or whatever. All right. So with love coming up, just like I said, just enjoy as much as you can, be wise, and just realize that you're gonna have that feeling later, and it'll fall into place. Don't try to break your head over trying to figure out the result of those connections too much. Let it flow, and when you can't, you're like, I need to know. I'm already kind of telling you, it's just not the time to try to figure out like A through Z. It's not that time. It's very transitional energy, so it's not something that's going to stick. And there's a reason that they cross your path at that time. You will know immediately when that connection is coming, like the deep one. You won't, it's going to be different. It's not this wondering. Might catch you a little by surprise, but it is what it is. Okay, so after that, if you're paying for classes or you're doing some kind of training, so this I don't know if it's happening now. This is near future, so you're not there yet, so you might not know what I'm saying at this time. But I'm telling you, or maybe you started some kind of paperwork now or the program now. Maybe it connects. But if you're doing anything with analyzing or trying to say, okay, I want to go do this. I want to start this project that I've never done before. So it's either going to be something unexplored you've never done, or it's something where you are getting ready to use skills that you haven't used, or maybe you're finishing a certificate, or maybe it's like when a person is involved in a program or something and they're ready to put it into initiative and they have a hard time. So if you feel stuck in applying what you know at this time, meaning the next couple of months as 2025 leads into 2026 is where I'm talking about. Don't let it get you down. If a door is not open naturally for you and easily, even if you're putting a lot of effort, let it be. Don't try to break your head over it. This is, you struggle a lot because you make a lot of your struggles more difficult on yourself. Sounds weird, but sometimes you're out of touch with the things that you should be in touch with, and you procrastinate it for later and turn a blind eye. And for other things, you're overanalyzing things that you just can't solve at this time. So that balance is part of a karma, and you need to know that too. Let's see. So this is this talks about a situation you're going to be dealing with, maybe for maybe 12 weeks, which is around the 3-month mark, sort of. It could be less. I see it be less, but just to give you an idea. You're going to have a change in the way you know how to do things. So let's say that I don't know, let's say that you work for a firm. I'm just making this up just to give you the analogy. Let's say you work for a firm and every day you're just so comfortable with the database they use, and you walk into work one day and everything is ass backwards. New program, new everything. You're like, what? So there's something strange, a change coming to what you are used to, what is comforting to you, what you know will be challenged. And you might feel like you have to start all over again. This could frighten you. This could be stressful. Like, oh my God, I have to learn this again. You know, like I already spent like 3 years on it. What? So just get ready, because it's talking about an unexpected change in what is comfortable to you. And it comes from the way you make money and the way you apply it at work. Yeah. Yeah, for the most part. Unless you make income tutoring, or unless you make income with side hustles or something like that, or you're involved in projects that take money and time, you know, something. Yeah, usually it's the way, because it directly affects how you make money, or how you finances are into it. It can be involved with projects as well, I guess, if you want to dissect it. But, you know, for the most part, just don't freak out. Just when that part in your life happens, just be like, you know what? It's a short time. It's not gonna. I'm gonna get through this. It's only gonna last a couple of months, and I'm okay, and everything's gonna be okay. So yeah, it's just unexpected change to what is comfortable to you, and it's when you put your knowledge in gear. So usually what you know what to do is you apply it to how you make a living. So there's and then there's this connection with you know, possessions and things, and communication. So can it be online? Well, if you have an online presence for your work, there could be an uncomfortable change tied into that. If you do any kind of online marketing or anything for an employer, that it can affect your work. Trying to think what else. This is where a database can be wiped out. This is a time where I'm reminding you to maybe back everything up a lot. Yeah. It's one of those things where your everyday, the comfort of every day, the flow of the process every day, and then all of a sudden, bam. And then, you know, the person's like, I have to do this for like the next 4 weeks. Are you serious? And this is what I'm trying to tell you. There's no way around it. So back up your data. Realize that what's comfortable and boring might change the next day. You'll know. It's not going to be out of nowhere. Oh, you do marketing? Okay. So the online marketing part is directly correlated with this change. So examples that can fit the marketing, they might say, we want to shift our attention to a new platform. Or they might say, you're going to carry this campaign over and copy it and do the whole thing again and move it over here. What? You know? It's uncomfortable. It's a change. It's out of nowhere. It's not, you know, and this is just saying, just go with it. This change is good, but you might find it stressful at first. That's what it's saying to you. You do take on, you do end up excelling, by the way, in marketing in your life. You end up communicating even more than what you do. So if today you're coming up with some ad campaigns, the next day you could be heading, you could be, you know, you're going to progress to lead the actual, campaigns completely for a client, or in other words, what you think you're doing now, you're going to grow in your capabilities, and it's going to bring you a lot of money. So yeah, you're headed to, that's not part of this reading. That's just me telling you from what I know of you. Yeah, you'll be very successful in, but it's something that chose you. You didn't sit and choose it. All right. Yeah, you definitely have an incredible amount of innovative energy throughout your entire birth chart. So innovation online, yeah. And you're very skilled at it. Very skilled at it. Very skilled. It may not be what you had planned in your life, but you'll be thankful why later. All right, where was I? Nothing directly in career I'm seeing here. Nothing worth mentioning, just the things that I did with the way things are done in-house or directly or learning that affect the career, but not the career itself. I don't see any messages there for you. And you could, so this is you entering a period of time where you want more progress faster than it's coming, and for some reason this is a time where things that you don't want to slow down will slow down. But what you're going to address in your life and what's going to become, visible by things slowing down in a certain part of your life, and you get to see what washes ashore. And then there's a reason for that. There's a reason for things cooling off and slowing down and not moving in the direction that you want as fast as you want, because there's things that are realigning in your life. It's just uncomfortable, but life is full of little pocket rooms, little changes like that in your life, and this is just one of those things. There's times with incredible success that bombards everywhere, like explosion of success, and then there's times where things are just dipping, and times where things change, and this is one where things are just slowing down, so you start to look at things differently. It brings balance, believe it or not. So I do see that you take initiative with something regarding your health, which is good. You do have a lifestyle change. Maybe you give up a certain food group, or maybe you change your diet specifically, like from paleo to, let's say keto. I'm just giving examples. But you just, there's like when a person really starts to pay attention to their health more, and that's a good thing, maybe like working out more or whatever, but there's this conscious effort, and that just comes very smoothly too. It's going to be flowing in for you very, very smoothly. You don't have to, it'll get there when it gets there. You'll know when it gets there. A warning in the reading is to make sure that the people that you become involved with romantically and socially do not hold you back. So when someone is costing you a certain amount, or someone is draining you, or someone is affecting your work schedule or stress level, understand this is part of it here. You can't do that. Things have to go with what progress is about, not anything parasitic, okay? So be aware of who you communicate. If something is stressing you so badly that you can't, so this is where this is coming from. There's a difficult line between forming a boundary of dealing with this person is just not giving me it's kind of cold, and I know that you're very social, you're very, you know, like you can be cut and dry for certain things, but other things you just sometimes have no boundaries, and then you allow a lot more from people. You put up with a lot, and then in certain things you're very drastic and you're like no, but in other things it's like come on. So you know, put your foot down. And this is saying that you got to be aware, not when it's too late. You got to be aware if something doesn't serve you in this particular case, because you have enough to worry about with yourself, your own success, the things you've been through, what you're looking for, your balance, your tranquility. You have enough. When you have that homeostasis and you have that balance, then it's very difficult to, you know, rock that boat. But up until then, you can have a lot of people kind of like, oof, trying to push you in different directions. But overall, I don't see a reading that is, you know, too bad at all. Let me see something. Yeah, I mean, pretty much we've gone over all the things that you need to be aware of coming up. Do you have any questions or concerns or stress about anything that I've gone over? This reading is about to give you clarity and peace of mind. So is there anything you need me to look over while I have this open? Other than that, the reading closes. I feel, you know, we've gone through all the things you needed to know for now. Yeah. I mean, I hope it's the reading you were looking for, because when you said general, I figured this is a good way to, you know, answer a question, but I always throw in a horoscope with the horaries, which is about answering a question. Okay, all right, no problem. I'm sorry. Jeez. Thank God I only get 1 or 2 colds a year, right? Because they suck. All right, Zach, if you can think of anything else, let me know. I'm still here. Give you a few minutes. I know it's kind of pressuring you, but I just want to make sure I throw in everything that you were looking for. Okay. Anything worry you in particular? Anything that like stresses you out in particular that is the most concerning for you? Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah. Yeah, I do that for palmistry. I teach palmistry, tarot. I have taught astrology. Yeah. That would be really cool for you to learn. So I used to do I've because my main body of work in my company, what I focus on, it's kind of like if you know, like if you're you know you're a restaurant, but then all of a sudden you start to see people wanting catering, so then you'll start like a catering, and then you're a bar, and then you're doing, you know. So my main thing is, you know, reading and spell work to help, you know, people with either spiritual things or their love life or career, mainly love. But in all of that, I started to see a lot of interest in people wanting to learn. So I did open that part up. I've done a lot of workshops. I do like, I have found that one of the best things to do, because I used to pre-record lessons, and some people like it, but some people don't learn that way. I have found that the best way is to do one-on-one sessions, because then you're getting kind of like a built-in tutor, and people learn differently. Some people are kinetic learners, some people are just visual, some people are just audio, and so forth. So I figured everybody learns so differently, and it's not just a memorization game either. So I figured that I would do a one-on-one with people, and that's how my teaching has gone, because the pre-recorded stuff, it seems very generic. So you said lately, I have worried about things that have been going back on me, but I think it's mainly Well, you also know that you're the type of person that that you have to, spiritual cleansing as part of a regimen for you is very good. Amulets and things like that, you're a person that should wear a few. You know, I can also make some for you. Things like that. Those things help because you're very, I think that when you start nourishing your spirituality more, a lot of that will balance out because you'll be able to identify, did this energy come from a fear, or was this something from a lot of the bad people I was hanging around with, that they have a lot of baggage on them? Is this that the personal space that I'm in uncomfortable and it needs a cleanse? Is just me over worrying, or is it just, so it helps because it kind of, you'll learn through training yourself and stuff, what comes from fears and worry. Just like when you dream at night, not every dream is a spiritual message. In fact, very rarely they are. Most of them are your mind, the brain repairing itself and just your own mind healing and, working things out, and there's a lot of psychological stuff in dreams, most of it subconsciously and everything. But then once in a while you'll get that like spiritual message, So yeah, if you spiritual cleanse and you align, then you can jump into learning a spiritual tool very well, because then that alignment is needed. Because imagine if I was reading for this poor girl, she's so sweet. She fell in love with this guy that does readings. I don't tell people, even if her readings are public, she chooses them to be public because I have private readings. But, I still respect people's privacy always. So I don't give any info away. But this lady, she was in love with this man that he gave himself readings, and his readings were absolutely incorrect. He's very influenced by dark stuff around him, and he believed his own lies, and it cost him a relationship with her. And that's so crappy, and one of the most beautiful things is alignment. Alignment is so key. When you eat something, when your body, and you're treating your body, you're aligned with what it is. If you eat junk food and you feel heavy, and that's not right. So the same thing with your spirituality. If you're very aligned and everything seems clear and fresh, you evolve more. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So I think that's helpful too for the things that you're afraid of, and then and stuff like that. And then of course, if you find that fears and things are not able to be dealt with spiritually, then of course, if you're therapy minded, maybe it takes going the therapy route with a professional. Sometimes that helps people, sometimes it doesn't. You have to be the captain of the boat and figure out what you need. But yeah, I do offer them, and I also work with different budgets because I know that people are on, different. I deal with, students, and I deal with people that, there's just a hobby, and, I get that. So, but yeah, I do. I found that just the pre-recorded stuff is just not the best. It's very generic. All right, sweetheart, thank you so much. Have a happy holiday. What would you recommend for alignment and protection? So for alignment, I would have to see where you're unaligned. So if it's because of the people you hang around, or the people sometimes you can empathically kind of like suck up some of what they're feeling. So sometimes a cleanse, a basic cleanse of you and your you've experienced cleanses, but small ones before with me. So oh, thank you, Amy. Happy holiday. You've experienced what it feels like to have like certain cleanses and things like that, and it's very refreshing. So imagine something even stronger, yeah. So that's it's kind of like what it feels like. And then protection is to make sure that nothing bothers you again with that. So, you know, you can always email me if you have questions. So you can do it that way too if you're confused about something, and I'll give you an answer. If you don't have the question right when I'm streaming and you're on the spot, you can always email me. All right, sweetie, thank you so much. Happy holiday. Hey, Amy, how you been? How's it going? Yes, happy holiday to you too, sweetheart, you and your family. Oh, no worries, Zach. Have a good one. Take care. Let's see. Oh, I didn't know you ordered a reading. I'm sorry, sweetie. I didn't mean to make you wait. Let's see. This one is the love one. Let me see. Okay, so this is the love question. Let's get started. Let me get this out of the way. Now that I know this works, because that was, I don't know why I gave an error. So weird. Let's see. It was working before, and then, oh, okay, I see it now. Let me see if it works. It was working before. Okay, I think, does it show me on there? I don't know. Two of them? Does it show me on there? Because I signed in. Two of them? That's weird. Okay, let me just close this. I was just testing the link. Oh, okay. Oh, I do see. Oh, wait, no. I only see one. I don't know. Did you do the other one on PayPal? Want me to check PayPal? I only show the one, love one. We could get started with that one if you'd like. Let's see. Let me move this out of the way. Oh, okay. Let me open that up a minute. I figured, because you said too, I'm like, let me pull that one up, because that one lets you have the question right on the bottom. You know, it helps. These are to see. Let me get my ones for close up. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Well, this is taking forever. What the hell? Where the hell did the thing go? It has a new screen and everything. That's the problem. I used to work with this older system, and now everything changed. All right, maybe I can open it through here. There's a delay with it. That's why I didn't get it in that form. 'Cause I'm supposed to be able to see the order and see the question that you put on it, and I don't see it. That's what it is. That's strange. Yeah, I can't see the question. Why won't it show it to me? Okay, okay, I see it now. I see it now. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Gotcha. The Thanksgiving one. Okay. Now I got it. Oh, thank you. Did you see my funky ones? People have said different things about them. I like them. They're funky. They suit me. They're weird and funky. I don't care. I like them. They're my old lady glasses. Actually, I don't think they're old lady at all. I think they're funky and cool. I like them. Thank you. I just love the color. Like a purpley purple. Alrighty. So let's go ahead. This one is, we're going to do the love one first if you have a love question. And then we'll go ahead and do that nosy Thanksgiving one. So let's see. Let's start off. We're going to do the, let's do the love question. So how can I help you with that? How do you want to dive in? I don't just answer the one question, but it just kind of sets the flavor for the reading. Make sure I give you the correct timing on this so that I never do less than what I promise. Just to give you an idea. Okay. All right, excellent. Nice. All right, here we go. Do you want to give me their sign? Oh, let me start an energy check as well. You know their sign, sweetheart? Or like their nickname or something to go by on the person, on the crush? Oh. Okay. Did you recently, how are your allergies, by the way? Because when I have allergies and stuff, I remember, I know you have, is it better this time of year or worse this time of year? I like a whole tissue box. I'm sorry. Excuse me. This time of year, I think it's good, but I know it doesn't rain over there too much. But around this time, a lot of things settle because there's, rain and it's just less pollen. Is it like around, yeah, I figured things get like cooler and yeah, I figured. But yeah, I'm just getting over a small cold. But, all right, so, did you recently leave a job? Is there something, did you recently change, or I know you're on a break, right, for the holiday, but, oh, you did? Oh, okay, I just saw that. Oh, speaking of, it doesn't rain a lot, and then it did. That's cool. That's good. I'm sure there's been some garden changes. Every time it rains, things sprout. Oh, I know. I feel good. It's just, the sniffles and the congestion and stuff is annoying. But the warm tea is getting rid of it. But anyway, I apologize for the million napkins. But what can I do, All right. That's why I said you would understand, because you sometimes you have allergy stuff throughout the year, so you would understand my tissue boxes everywhere. So did you recently leave a job? This is bringing up a job change with you. That's the first thing that I'm noticing here. So let's see. I know you're on that break, but that's not what this is. This is either, yeah, this has to do with, oh, okay, so a change of, yeah. It's still a change of job though. Yeah, okay, and that energy is very strong around you. Because it would be a different hat. It would be a different hat. Well, well, your destiny, I gotta look at, let me see something. Am I getting into a loophole? Am I getting into I'm doing that, aren't I? I'm doing that thing I do. I start going down rabbit holes and getting it. I'm sorry. Let me stick to what you want. I was just gonna do some, but anyway. Okay, so so interesting stuff. That's up to for you to figure out. But let's focus on this, which is back to the crush. Let me see something. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second to sneeze. Okay, sneeze attack over.
Well, there is potential. There is potential, but there is a danger of how the relationship can flow. Let's talk about, I got to talk to you about his past, and I got to talk to you about, I know, right? Give me 1 second. I believe, give me 1 second. I have to get, hang on. Sorry. Sorry. If I didn't get water, I was gonna have a coughing attack, and I had to hurry up and get water. Sorry about that. I never interrupt a reading, but it's one of those things. All right. I see potential in this connection. Let's talk about his breakup. I noticed that he had a breakup with a woman, the one he was involved with, his long term that he was with. I don't know if he's told you about it, but and he's a little bit still involved with her, but it's not a thing. He is single. I see potential with him, but I'm a little bit concerned. I gotta find out more, because I don't want you to be in a loop with him that it's not clear where you're headed once
You know, because yes, he's the attraction to you and the chemistry and absolutely, so he is single, but he had a breakup. So by breakup, it can just be like, you know, sometimes it's a divorce, sometimes it's, you know, they just live together for many, many years and have kids and he moved out. You know, sometimes it's a legal separation, sometimes, you know, I just use the word breakup, but like an ending. And, you know, I'm not looking for someone he was just physically involved with. I'm looking for someone who significantly was his person. So obviously, you know, the one he had children with. That breakup was significant, and he's still involved with her. A lot of times it's not physical. A lot of times it's just a controlling environment. Like, I have to evaluate and see to the level of connection they have. See, at this point, what I would do is I would turn it into a deep dive of what he lived through with her. But I'm going to start saying things that you have no way of telling me, you know, no way of knowing it, you know, what I'm talking about, because it's a life that he has not, it's not your history. So that would be beneficial if in the future you talk, and then you'll be able to place what I'm saying. But, you know, now it's just irrelevant and you know, redundant. So all I'm trying to tell you is what I see so far is that sometimes the ex or the baby mama is manipulative. Sometimes they're just wonderful and they get along and it's fine and it's fine. And sometimes it's very messy. In this particular situation, like for example, it was really bad for a while, but they made it work and it was functioning, unless he does something she didn't like, and she would have a cow and then she'd have issues with him, and then they would have these indirect fights, you know, and it was just right. So with this guy, there's something uncomfortable that I see with the ex, and I wanted to explore that a little bit more to see what it is that bothers me. Have they had just disconnected hookups? Is it that she manipulates him still out of guilt? Does she use the kids as emotionally? Does she use her ex-husband, like, you know, kind of like saying something like weaponizing, oh, if you don't do this, you know, you're not going to do this, you know, or, you know, what kind of dad are you? You know, there's all sorts of different characters out there. You know, he seems bitter in some ways, like he's so burnt out from, I'll tell you this, he's not a man that is openly looking for beautiful love. A man completely open looking for beautiful love comes across differently. But he does want love. He would hope that, but he's very pessimistic. In some ways. I see potential because I see that he's going to reciprocate the attraction. And I see that he already finds you pretty, but maybe it hasn't dawned on him. And sometimes if you, because you could be bubbly, flirty, and people just get that that's how you are and that's it. But then you can really make note and a person can be like, oh, she does like me. So the cool thing about you is that you can kind of keep it hidden and fluffy and funny. And you could, you know, you can disguise it kind of like Libras do. When you want to be known that you feel it, you'll let them know. And when you don't, you can kind of keep them guessing. So that's like a Libra talent. So it's good for you.
if he knows you like him, then it'll click and he'll go for it, because I do see the attraction is there. Yeah, right. So that's why I'm saying he does it, like he does find that part is reciprocated already. So that's a known that he does. But as far as like when that click goes off and the person says, "Oh, they like me too," and it could be something. He's not there yet. But the attraction is there. That's why there's potential. There's always potential if attraction is there. If attraction is there, there's always going to be a potential. But is the relationship healthy? Is it something that's going to be easy? Is it something that's going to have, go in the right steps and the right order that it's supposed to, right? He asks you out. It's traditional. He's committed. I'm trying to see, because there's something, the attraction's there 100%. He is single 100%. What are his intentions long term? What is he capable of offering? Is it realistic? You see what I'm saying to you? So let me do a little probing, because I know this one's a short one, but let me do. I gotta start the timer again, because I purposely by accident, I had to go get water, and I'm sorry about that. So let me start it over, because that's not fair. Yeah, hang on. Oh, that's probably because subconsciously you find him attractive. And if you find him attractive, you don't notice, but your body language will be more flirty. And that's fine. That's just your brain letting you know that that he's good looking. That's it. Does he notice that? No, men don't notice that. No. Women notice women doing that. Men, no. No. Unfortunately, they're very, very deer caught in the headlights. What? Very dumb with that. Okay, hang on. Hey, let me pick up the deck. Sorry, the whole deck fell. You notice how when I'm reading for you, the runes fell and the deck fell? You notice that, Amy? You know what that means? Is this the love that I predicted around October, November for you? I gotta find out if this is it. I said that there was gonna be some love interest, some love connection, and I also said there was gonna be something with E, but it's someone new as well. I don't remember what else I said. I know it was after your birthday, but it's still in like the autumn. I remember that. All right, let me check on something here. All right. All right. The reading opens up with you with a lot of changes and a lot of things that have happened that yeah. I remember there was someone new, but the E part was the part that I know there was someone new for sure, but but the E part was confusing. It was either him reaching out to you, or there was going to be something with him. Either you find something new out about him, or, he, pops in again. That part we would have to wait and see. That's what I remember. But I remember there was someone new for sure. But I don't know if I was clear on that, but I remember that. But yeah, the E part was confusing for sure. The reading opens up with a lot of things and changes that you have wanted to express, or things that you want to maybe say to someone. I don't know if it's like to me or close friends or family, I don't know, but this is like when a person's holding in a lot of things that have gone on,
and they want to express it. So again, I don't know where this is coming from. This is a culmination of, or a combination of, you know, dreams, experiences, a lot of things. I mean, it makes sense. I haven't, you know, we haven't talked in a while. You know, I think it's been like a while. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Or maybe it's within yourself. But anyway, that's how the reading begins. This also talks about an event that took place, maybe a party. You did mention that he said something about you, so maybe that was it. So, and you heard about it after an event or after the holiday or whatever it was. All right, it's getting into something strange here. So let me see what this is. So remember that because of HIPAA laws and all of that, medical information is not disclosed. You are not being told by me to mention anything at all. We could totally keep it, you know, low key and code. You don't have to respond at all. But I'm just trying to tell you that the reading is showing that there's maybe, you know, maybe the client is on a medication that's new. I know it sounds so weird, but mind, body, soul it comes up. So I don't know, but this also has an emotional and hormonal effect. It's so weird that something medical would be brought up, but yeah, sometimes it is. And this is something that is important to note. So whatever that stuff is, all I need you to tell me is either you're aware of what I'm talking about or you're not aware. You don't have to go into any details because of privacy. I would never put anybody on the spot like that. So just, are you aware or not of what I'm saying? Because I can be cryptic and talk in riddles. I try not to, but... Okay, you're not aware. Okay, so then this could be something coming up. So let's find out. Okay, so our this is so awkward, but how do I address it without being awkward? Okay. Are you taking anything holistically, like teas or things that affect hormones, or you know, like things to relax? Sometimes people take certain types of teas at night, or maybe like a supplement or something holistic, natural that you know, is to enhance or help with a certain supplementation, minerals, whatever. Are you aware of anything like that? Okay. Is it recent that you've been doing that? Has it been like just a couple of weeks, short time frame that you've introduced this into your regimen? Has this been like a short time that you've done this? Okay. How many weeks, to get an idea when you say short time? Because I'm thinking less than 6 weeks. So I don't have a time frame, but it's less than 6 weeks. So 6 weeks is about less than 2 months, is what I mean by a short time. So a month is more, 2 months is usually the 8 months. So if we're at the like 6 week, 2 months is usually, 8 weeks. So if we're at the 6 week mark, it's like a month and a half. So less than a month and a half. Okay. So, okay. Yeah. So ow, I keep hurting my nose. There's an issue with the supplement. That sounds so weird. You know me, I do not really do medical, but I can. Okay, I used to. I just decided it was weird and I didn't want to put that into my work. But it's part of life. And once in a while I have mentioned a lot of medical things even though I don't like it. It's not my place to do that, but it is letting you know that there's something to it. So remember that things that are natural bioaccumulate. Of course, I'm not telling you to stop or anything. I'm just telling you to be aware of, your symptoms and things that sometimes things bioaccumulate and they have the especially natural things. Synthetic things, I think right away give a person yay or nay, right? Symptoms, but by natural, it has to build and build and build. Like, for example, if a person drinks chamomile tea every day, they can develop an allergy right away because you got to switch your teas. You can't, as an herbalist, I can tell you that you gotta alternate, right? So there's something going on with it, and I don't know. All I can tell you is either research stuff in it or research the ingredients separately. Maybe be maybe aware of like what you feel when you take it versus when you don't. Okay, so there's something going on with it in your system, and it's not agreeing with you, and maybe it's that you're taking them together, or maybe it's the certain time of day, or maybe it's, I don't know what it is, but there's something just to let you know that it can have like a bad effect. Okay, now on with the love stuff. This talks about you being more intensely daydreamy about him more, which is kind of cute because it means you're falling for him more, which I think is really, really cute. The crush intensifies and you fall, which that's adorable. Is glad to see that happening for you. It talks about you being aware that he notices you. You already said that anyway, so that's already been open. You said that, someone at work, I think you said told you about, he said something, so now you're very observant. Being that Virgo and Libra mixture, you're very observant right away. Virgo being the analyzer and Libra, being very secretive with the way that they spy on stuff, they notice stuff. They're quiet about it, they're very, very careful with their environment. That combination, you notice right away. You notice the little things that most people don't notice. So it just shows that you're very aware that he notices you, and you're going to be more aware that he kind of sneaks a glance or something. But what you're not aware of is that he has a dickhead side. You see, you guys, for the most part, life is pushing, and you will become romantically linked. So you become lovers, or you become involved, or flirtation begins, or there's something pointing stronger. So when we checked on the Capricorn a long time ago, there was a potential, but it was like stagnant, and it was such a rush with the time that it was like quirky. And the Gemini had a lot of potential, but there was such a problem with the timing. It was just so stressful, but so real and so there. This one, it's kind of like the ease of the pushing happens easier. So you're in a new exploratory phase. You're in a new experience right now, because the stress and pushing that you felt that you had to do is not like that. It's different now. You're going to find that the romantic push together is easy. But what I'm finding difficult is the romance relationship once it starts. So this could be a troubled love story. I'm not saying give up. I like this. I love that you have somebody. This is awesome. This is what, this is why we talked about, what's coming up, and I was like excited. I'm like, autumn this year, keep your eyes open. So like, it's a good thing, but I just, I can't just jump and say, oh my God, it's going to be so easy. No, the romance and the attraction, very easy, very fun, very exciting, very drawn to each other. But there's things about him and the situation itself that is concerning, and you gotta cross that bridge once you're there, because I see that this is taking its own, I see that there's a lot of obstacles to get involved with this man. There's going to be a lot of stressful obstacles that love should not be hard. So that's why I'm saying you got to figure this stuff out. Once you get that ball rolling, you got to be really honest with you and him, because I don't want you in any kind of loop. All right, because it's showing that he's got dickheaditis. Okay, is that a word? That's fine. Let's just go with that word. Okay, dickheaditis. Let's just make it a word if it's not a word. I like that word. All right. There is abandonment issues with him and the ex. I can find out if he left her or she left him. If that's important, but there's abandonment issues. So this, what he doesn't outright say to a woman is, yeah, I'm looking to have fun, but I don't want any strings. He's not going to say that. But that's what he's in, this stressful, like the breakup left a bad taste in his mouth. Kind of like when you were done with the friendship with Jonathan at one point, even though I'm sure there's been some things that have happened with that, but at one point, if some other guy wanted to be like a super, super best friend, you would have been like, nah, man, I don't know, like, I don't know. Let me think about it. So like the way he feels in some ways are, it just left him bitter in some way, like a bitterness. I see that there could be a self-esteem stress weight in the beginning of this. And that's pretty normal. You and the Gemini had it too. You knew he liked you and you were very confident, and you knew he really did. You could feel it. He would show it. But part of you was sometimes wondering, does he really? And then he would think the same thing. Like, does she? No, not me. Like, she'd probably choose someone else. Like, really, especially since he knew your circle. So in this particular case, like, sometimes that happens, imposter syndrome and everything else, it's a thing. And there could be a little bit of like, nah, he doesn't like me. No, I don't believe it. Forget it. And then it's like, oh, well, he really does. And the same thing with him. So there's like this, you're drawn to each other. So like I said, this is an awkward, interesting, there's a lot of fears that can pop up in the next couple of weeks where you might overthink and you might be worried that this can be a sequel to E. Not that it compares the same way, because when you first saw E, you didn't like him. And when you first saw this guy, you played with your hair. So the root of when you saw him, you really liked him. No gimmicks, no BS, no tactics. He didn't grow on you, okay? It was real. So, but there's a fear at some point because of what you've been through that you're going to be feeling like, oh my God, is this like a sequel? Okay? It's short. These things are short little things. There's a lot of things that are going to be unfolding. Like I said, there's a lot. It's a ride. This is a vibe. This is quite interesting. Quite interesting is how this is going to go. This is a crush that is getting wings. And on both sides. The problem is what or who he has become over what he has lived through. He has lived through more stressful things than you have in some regards. It's not fair to say that completely. Everyone has a story, whether it's good or bad. Everyone has like a weight to their story. That's the wisdom that comes with experiences. But he's so, in some areas, so bitter and so drained. But you got to think also being the provider of 2 children, and it's a different experience. It ages people more, I think. I don't want to get into the whole politics of it, but if you were right now where you are and you had 2 children, and you would not be the same woman that you are right now, because you have that beautiful, artistic, lighthearted, lighthearted, I meant, not lightheaded, lighthearted, perspective where you can, you're all about your career. If you had to divide yourself, you'd love it and you'd be wonderful with that situation as well, because, you love kids, but there would be something, so much of a pressure, so much of a worry being a single parent, that your Virgo side would like over worry, because that's a lot. I mean, look how much you worry about your own students, it's and you get so involved. Now imagine if it was 2 little mouths to feed, you'd be like, oh my God. So for him, because of that experience and being the provider and stuff, the dad hat is not an easy hat. And it's left a little mark, and that carries out into what else. Does he want to live that again? Can he do that again? Is he ready to just start again brand new? You got to understand where he's coming from. What I don't agree with is there's a streak to him that I think can be a little bit selfish, and that can go away. Because I think when he finds the love that he thinks he can't have and he softens, it's a different story. But he's very, and my worry is that he I don't want you in a loop. But at the same time, I see that this energy together, you and him are growing toward each other. Like that, like it's there. That interest is there. And it's not going anywhere, but intensifying. But I'm looking at the relationship aspect of it, which is the real deal. So there's I do see that he's going to be more kind of like the glasses guy, but with more enthusiasm, because the glasses guy went chicken shit. But then again, what kept him kind of like, besides I never liked him for you, but what kept him, I guess, in check was a lot of the other formalities, you know, the knowing your family and his job, and, you know, he's just not tasteful to do that. You know, but with this one, even though you would think, oh my God, it's the same workplace, I do see, you know, yeah. Okay, so there's going to be someone in your circle that tries to put you guys together. What does that look like? It could be one day at lunch, somebody says something for you to him, and then you're like, oh my God, you said that, you know. Or it could be like somebody just finally says something. It's okay, I'm just gonna say something. I can't stand you people staring at each other. You know, there could be something. You know, I don't know how to explain it. But I'm trying to. I just see that in the near future, as things intensify and it's obvious there's some people are going to notice there's attraction between both of you. There's going to be someone that kind of tries to say something. You're not the first one that's going to ask him out. That's not your style at all. You know, not at all. That is not your style by any means. You have to be asked out. And he is daring in one end and very careful in the other. So that's why I'm saying this is very tricky. This is very intense. I think everybody is going to notice as time goes by with the little comments and there could be like 3 days, nothing, another day, a nice stare, and then the next day, a little flirtation, and then it gets more complicated till it gets going. That's why I'm saying to you, it seems like the potential is inevitable, but at the same time, it hits on the brakes, you know? So I see someone doing that. It could be more than one person. Let me see. So one of the best things you could do is play hard to get, which you are already good at naturally. Right. Exactly. And you know, it's sassiness and being coquette is very feminine. So when you are, you know, acting coquette and stuff like that without you noticing, or maybe noticing, people notice too, right? It's called peacocking, right? I'm just teasing. But anyway, and he'll do it to you too, but in his own way. So the thing is what in the reading, it's advising you to act like you can't be read. So when someone asks you, do you like him? You could just be like, am I supposed to? No, come on, you can tell you like him. You mean as a person? So what would you do if he asked you out? Are you a journalist? Are you interviewing me? Do you have a podcast? You're acting weird. You could throw humor, okay? The reading is saying, be hard to read, be hard to figure out. Don't really give anybody your details, but try to get info from them. Why do you ask? That's weird. No, tell me. Well, answer me. Well, you answer me first. Okay? So don't reveal, and keep your things very low key, and keep it on the down low, and don't reveal so easily, because the reading is saying that you gotta make him work harder. He can have little spies and little things. So he seems charming. So he can have a couple of women spies. So this is just saying it's in your best interest to play hard to get. You could still be coquette, and you can still be sassy and everything, but nobody has to know. You're a girl, so you could be girly. So it's no big deal. But don't let anybody know your secret. Get information. Don't give it. I wonder why. There's going to be something in the story. So, let me see if there's anything else here. All right, so like I said, the flavor of what's going to be happening is it's slow, but sometimes can be exciting. It can have its ups and downs. You're going to have all kinds of, I painted a little bit of a picture of what to expect, and you're looking for him to intensify his chase the way he has to. And when it's obvious, then you have started chapter 2. And then if you want, we can look further at that point if that's something that you want to do. Right now, we're looking at the way this is starting out and what the concerns are. Like I said, what concerns me is his perspective on new love, and a mixture of where he's at emotionally with love and his past and stuff like that, which can change and evolve when he enters a new phase as well. And then the loops and a couple of obstacles and stuff like that. But this is something that's emotional and has a lot of, every day can bring a different change, and a whole. I mean, you could be driving home on Friday when school starts again. And then on the weekend, you have something intense to think about because something happened on Friday. And then, you go Monday and there's crickets for like 3 days. And then the next day, things like that happen with things like this, for the most part, until finally a new chapter opens and people take initiative. And then, and then you see where you're at that point. So, all right, so now we can get into the Thanksgiving one to see what's going on with E. All right, so I always try to see what connection, when I do nosy reads and stuff like that, like what, I know the event hasn't happened yet, but we can kind of see what's going on regarding the event. The event will obviously, if you want to see how it happened, it's after. But let's see what is already written that's going to occur before then. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. So this one is there any particular concern or worry that you have with any of this, or can I just, it's just gossipy and we're just looking to look, or is it something that you really need to hone in on that worries you or concerns you or anything like that, so that that can take the forefront? Now remember, if you haven't been in touch with him for a while, or even if you have, he can be very cryptic and expect you to say a lot, and then he doesn't ask you, and he's mute, and the whole thing. Okay, remember that some of the things that are going to be popping off, you know, like before, when we done this type of thing with him, we don't really know every detail about his life, so you're not in tune with everything. So some of the things that brag up might be able to be placed, but if it's dealing with people that you don't know who they are, just take the message. But you know how to, you know how this goes. So, all right, first let's gonna do an energy check, and we're gonna do one with you and him, even if there's been crickets for a long time, or maybe not. It doesn't matter. Let's go ahead and do that. I got 2, 4, 6, 7. Okay. Okay, I know that sister of his, she just is so public with all her things. She's the Leo, right? Leos do that. I need to post this about my life. I need people to understand. I don't care who's reading it. I need to post it because I need the light on me. Okay, thank you. She's so Leo. Okay. Leo millennial. Leo boomer is not like that. Okay, here we go. Or Leo Gen X. Half of them are, half of them are not. Oh, did he wish you a happy birthday? No. Did you wish him a happy birthday? No. No, but did you? Wait, no, your birthday's not until September. Oh, no. Oh, you're Libra. Yeah. So October, November, October, September, October, I think. Yeah, October. He's what? He's November, or no, he's October. You're both October, right? Or no? He's October. And you too. So none of you wished each other a happy birthday. What a dingbat. Okay, here we go. I remember. Yeah. It just took me a minute. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Yeah, I remember now. I'm sorry. I felt like I had to sneeze. Okay. I just had to make sure it was true. I didn't believe it at first, but you know, but yeah, I had to check and see if it's true, and it is. You know, let's see here. So it appears that the Capricorn, she's still in the picture. I don't know if you're aware of it, but there's been something she made where she's basically reset his whole environment, and there's financial control with the environment. So what I'm saying to you is that he's in a situation where he does what she wants, and she provides the essentials that he needs, as long as he got himself, she's like the sugar mama role, and he's the sugar baby. So when it's a male being the sugar baby, he kind of does whatever she wants. It's like a built-in gopher. Go for this, go for that, do this, do that, right? There's something where she's controlling his entire environment. And she also gave him an ultimatum. And a while back, she gave him an ultimatum with you. But that happened a long time ago. You know, yeah. She gave him an ultimatum about you. I hope you know that. Like something in regards to, okay, don't deal with people in the past. Don't deal with people, you know, don't deal with people that, the way that she worded it, the way that she did it, it was like saying, okay, if you know, you need to cut these people off. Or I'm surprised she didn't change his number. There's something, she severed some tie that, and I think that's what offended the family, but I don't really know the story. I think there's a very deep story with that. Let's go ahead and see what's going on with Thanksgiving with him. So he's going to leave her at some point. I hope you know that. Right. That's showing in the reading that there was, that's why I mentioned the phone number. I know it sounds silly, but it's important. Eventually he's going to leave her, but it's not for a little bit. All right, let's go ahead and look. I had to see kind of the connection between you and him, but she gets in the middle of it. Drastically in the middle of it. Wow. I mean, if there were ever a control freak. Right. Oh, by the way, happy Thanksgiving. I know we said happy holiday, but now like the time frame, it's actually Thanksgiving. So happy that you're the first person I talked to on Turkey Day. Ah, interesting. Yeah, no more showing off, huh? Poetry, and oh my God, and roses up the nose, and all this stupid shit, and the cheap little rings. What? Okay, wait a minute. Is the Aquarius still close to the sister? Well, she's upset about that, and that means he doesn't even visit his niece, his new niece, or whatever she had, niece or nephew, because that's got a spite too, because she had a baby, and he's an uncle, you know. But yeah. Wait a minute. Have you seen posts of the Aquarius with the Leo being friends? Forget about E. The Aquarius with the Leo, the sister. Are they still friends? I'm taking that they're still friends. I think they are. Let me see something. Anyway, that's a sidebar. You know, that's a sidebar. Okay. Yeah. I mean, we knew she moved on, but there was something about her style of behavior that she didn't want to like burn the bridge with the sister and the mom. I still think that in some way, shape, or form, she still salutes them and says hello, salutes them. You know what I mean? It's late. I don't know what I'm saying. You know, I think she still greets them and everything, you know, because I don't think that was a severed tie. It was kind of weird, but anyway, back to what's going on here. Okay. So I don't know. This is a side thing. Okay. This is a side thing. I feel comfortable enough with you to tell you, because otherwise I would be quiet, because I don't want to be misunderstood. But you know me. I mean, at least you know me enough to how I operate, you know, my intentions, you know. You are a really good person and a really good heart. I'm seeing, and there's no but there. I'm just saying that the accumulation of, because I'm looking at energy and I'm looking at the way that, you know, yes, I'm looking into his Thanksgiving. Yes, I'm looking into his family and his life and his mind, his feelings. But whatever I can pull and sift out of sight, out of mind. So if there's been no insight, there's no in mind for a while. But whatever I can pull and sift and kind of see what you and him still have as far as actively, you know, I try to pull with that and see what I can find for both of you, since that's the primary objective. But I see that the level of energy that you, without realizing it, feel quite often and have felt over them for a significant amount of time has collected. And that energy is strong and that energy is negative. So even though you're a great person with a great heart and good energy around you, the feelings that you have of spite and wishing them, which you don't consciously wish them to break or anything, because, you know, and the whole thing was unfair to you anyway. But what you, without realizing it, it has built and built, because you can sit there with a candle and you can sit there with an intention, and you have energy in your soul, you have power inside you. Every human with a life inside their outer shell has a power, has a concentration of energy. And you have that vitality, you have that energy inside you. And subconsciously, without realizing it, it has accumulated in a way that, you know, if they were to do an ethereal layer or a check, it would be there. And it affects you too. So that's a whole other extra thing. This reading is just a nosy one on the love, on his whereabout, you know, like what's going on with him, check-in kind of thing. I get it. But if I see that there's something that because of them, concentrated thoughts have grown and have a weight on your energy, I have to address it. And I have to tell you that you should cleanse on that. And you should cleanse your crystals, and you should switch your amulets around for a little bit. And you should do a lot of cleansing in this personal space and yourself and your head chakra and your solar plexus and different things. And, you know, and clear that out and then refresh the connection. Like don't even look for too much of that, because it's a lot. And imagine, energy goes everywhere, because if he had a thought about something small and I can pick up on it, that energy is written. So what you're doing, you don't realize it, but it's being written and it grows, you know? So all I'm trying to tell you is my concern is for you to be surrounded by the best energy possible. So if you feel those things and they collect and collect, it is important. Think about if someone gets a new car, and it's a shitty example, but like one from a movie or something. Someone gets a new car and 50 friends say, oh my God, it's so beautiful. 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 But the car doesn't have an amulet on it. And the car doesn't have any kind of evil eye protection on it or anything on it. What happens? It's going to break soon, and then it's be scraped because so many people said it was so cute. Just like babies. How many babies? Oh, how cute, the pink rosy cheeks. Oh my God, baby breaks out in a fever. How many cultures put something near the crib and something on a newborn? Because everybody's like, oh, the rosy cheeks, the rosy cheeks. And then the baby has a fever out of nowhere, you know, when they never left the house or whatever. So aval energy, concentration, thoughts, it does matter. It does matter. So in this case, my concern is you. And there's been so much that has been expelled on them in a negative way. You do have power. You do have concentration, because if not, you're a Libra. That means if you were to mix up a soap or a candle, that means they would be powerless. And that's not true. You know that you do have it. So it works that way too. It's fair and it's honest. Right. So this is trying to say to you, it's at that point where it's showing. And what happens is that stagnation doesn't help your love life. So that old stupid saying, put out what you want to get back. I'm not saying think positive things about people that are slimy, they're liars, you know, he's just a scoundrel and everything done to you. Thank God you left that situation with your head held high. Hell yeah, awesome. But no one's saying be a martyr and like, oh my God, wish them good. Hell no, not those idiots. But watch how much your energy you're putting on these people so that your energy stays amazing. Right. That's all I'm saying, sweetheart. Please don't misunderstand. Because this talks about that. It starts with the intention of vindictive revenge wishes. I hope, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Now, you know, I think I'm gonna make a video on that. You know, on energy transfer. A lot of people, you hear them burn sage, where well, sage, you know, is sacred, and I think that anybody not respecting the native space is ridiculous, because all of the Americas before the concrete world became into existence, was built into existence, it belonged to the natives. And so every piece of land that we live on is native land, and they lived on this land. And every single person in every concrete place that exists in modern world in the Americas, the entire continent, not just the States, every time they burn sage, they have to pay homage to the natives that owned the ground. How much do people live on Indian burial grounds that they don't even respect that it was native burial ground, right? So if the person is going to burn sage, and be educated enough to like respect the natives, then they have to understand that you have to burn sweetgrass as well. So sage is to burn out the negative space. Sage wards off evil. But the proper thing to do is to, if a person's going to burn sage, you got to plant a sage plant, because you're going to give back, or you're going to take care of a sage plant, or you're going to water a sage plant and put it in the ground. That is saying, I'm going to take, but I'm going to give back. But then people don't remember to burn sweet grass, and that is a native practice. The sequoia, the crow, the Seminole, the Mixuki, all of the tribal, all of them. If you're going to use sage, you got to burn sweetgrass. Why is that? Because sage wards off and sweetgrass brings in the ancestors. It brings in the blessings. It calls in and nourishes the guides. And people do one but not the other. So that kind of transfer in energy also has a lot to do with what we're talking about. If you're going to put a certain amount of energy out that has a negativity because it's part of healing, you got to put in the good too. And you got to do that transfer with your protection of crystals as well. You know, you're going to do the ones that ward off, but are you wearing them, you know, as well? Are you rotating? Are you rotating with what brings in good? And all that rotation and that balance is very important in spirituality, especially where love is growing. Because love energy is one of the purest energies of all. And, you know, that's why, you know, the best thing, you know, it's so youthful. A lot of times people fall in love the more youthful they feel. Because the more youthful you are, the less baggage. It's a vulnerable, happy space. You feel young, you feel alive. It's very youthful energy. You know, it's energy from the 5th house, the house of children, the house of love, the house of passion, right? So that's why I'm saying it has to be balanced. So do that as well. Do that as well. Burn a little sage, put a sage plant down and burn a little sweetgrass. You know, that balance. Important. So this is bringing up his ex. And I don't know if she is a magical person, but I think that there's something spiritual to her, because this is showing me that out of revenge, she's very fed up. And I don't know how far she would go down that route, but we live in a place where algorithms study your patterns, and if she sent a text with something, we all know, okay, I was going to say, because it's showing up, sweetheart. This is showing me immediately there's magical stuff going on with the ex. But I was going to say, if people say, oh, no, people don't do that, you know, I was going to say, yeah, if you send something that you're mad at the ex or whatever, you know, we live in a world where there's so much that's, you know, monitored that 2 seconds later you see an ad for what you talked about. And the next thing you know, it's on your For You page of something which is creepy and totally, you know, infiltrated. And it's not too far-fetched. It's somebody upset writing a text that they're upset. Some magical spell shows up on, revenge spell shows on your For You page. I mean, come on. So nowadays, it's not that far-fetched. And people might just, in a moment of weakness, would be like, you know what? Can I just try it? I hate him, you know, whatever it is. So I'm glad that you're saying that, because this, you know, I was going to say no matter what, that she's doing something. Okay. Yeah. It sounds like she's not too experienced. And it sounds like she hasn't done any of that in a very long time. But it sounds like something pissed her off enough. And this person, this individual, this Capricorn person, just gave her an itch she had to scratch. It was just like, this is just too much. This has been like the straw that broke the camel's back, you know. What it is, you know, this now here's an interesting thing about karma and energy. You've got this woman who has now separated a mourning woman, which is his, that's funny, a mourning woman that is his mother, her only son. The heaviness that she has caused selfishly to separate whatever hand she's had at play to do that, and the sister that relied on him for things, to take that away and to cut so much from so many, and what she's done to him and her manipulation and all that. You don't think that comes back? And now on top of that, the game she's playing with his 2 other little girls and the ex, and the girls hear that shit. You know, they're going to hear the mom gossip to the boyfriend, or her husband, or whatever the hell. They get older and they hear things and they understand things. And this whole thing is detrimental. This is just not okay. And it is such an impressionable time for them with their dad and being little girls, and then the other baby that was born. She's doing a lot of harm to a lot of people. And you don't think that comes back? You don't think that comes back? It's not ethical. You don't do that. You don't go into a situation. If they would have mistreated her, if they would have been cold, if they would have humiliated her and insulted her, and she tried again and they did it again, I could see it's justified. And even then, you gotta keep trying. But she just did it from the beginning. And it's ugly because his mother loves him. That's her son. He's the baby, right? That's her son. And these are the holidays. It's just so cold. And how ugly that he turned on the family like that for her because of the manipulation. Right. And she loses him at the end. Have you ever heard that saying, you can hold on to something so tight you've already lost it? No matter what she keeps trying to do, she leaves. Instead of getting into the dinner, this reading was meant to get into the dinner, but this is bringing up a shitload of energy and emotions and emotions. Wow. Okay. Oh, you know what? I wanted to go into this, see what the hell this was. 1 second. Okay, the part where I was asking about the Aquarius and okay, that was like a sidebar. Where was I going with this? Okay, 1 second, please. Brain working here. All right, I'm going to switch this because this is Listen to how strange. I keep going into the Thanksgiving, right? The plans and him and stuff. And it takes me right back to, oh, okay, he's the baby. Okay. It takes me right back to the Leo sister and her. Is she dating a Sagittarius? Do you know if she's dating a fire sign? Or you don't know that information? This looks like she's having, oh, you know his sign? Or am I reading it late? I'm sorry. Sometimes I'm so caught up in the reading that when you answer me, I think it's old or it's something. I'll wait. I'll wait. Timing. Oh, okay, okay. Because you were saying yes, I'm like, oh, he is. Okay, okay. Thank you. Because this shows that she's being pulled into plans besides with the mom. I know that she would never just leave her mom on Thanksgiving. Leos are very tender with family, especially the girls and guys too. They're very tender with family. But it shows that she's being pulled into a direction with her beau or spouse or whatever he is. So why would that come up? Well, because the emotional situation going on with his family, meaning his mom and sister. Okay, maybe that's it. Maybe that's the Sag that's showing up here. Because yeah, because the emotional separation and the emotional turmoil that the mom is very sad. And it looks like the brother has plans with a woman. That's why I thought it was the Leo and her partner. But if it's the other brother, yeah. That's what I was going to say. A Leo girl wouldn't leave the mom on a holiday. So it makes more sense it would be the brother. It also talks about, he feels like the way that he is acting towards the family is justified. Yeah, so do I. I don't know the woman and I feel bad for her. She's sad. Because the Leo and her kid do give happiness and warmth to the mom, but the mom doesn't want to, I guess, butt in too much. Yeah, for sure. He's playing the victim now, definitely. So his plans are with her tonight. He has guilt over what his father would want him to do. So a little piece of him inside himself feels guilty for he is battling what he feels. He's going to end up just doing what the Capricorn wants. So his plans are to do something with her the way that she wants it. I'm sure she has family involved. But he doesn't like the being in her neck of the woods too much with her people. But he's going to do it anyway. He's going to be meeting new people he has never met before. I don't know if that makes sense. If they've only been together, I don't know. There's going to be a lot of her family that he's never met before he's going to meet for the first time, which is awkward for him. It shows that he's not comfortable. Okay. The picture that she has painted of him, he's also not comfortable with. So there must be some things that she says about him that to him, he's kind of like, that's not me. He's not fake. I'll give him that. He's pretty open with things. I don't like him, but he is, in many ways, is completely very forthcoming with what he feels. Remember that he's a water sign rising, so he's very spiritual. And he feels that his dad is upset with he's not carrying out what his dad would have wanted. And that eats at him. That eats at him. So he feels when it comes to his meeting her family, in a way, they're very judgmental, a part of her family. I don't know which part, maternal or paternal, I don't know. But he feels like they think he's ugly. So do they not have, this is what lets me know they might not have the same background. So there's got to be something different culturally about her than him, because in some ways they are alike and there's a difference there, because he's feeling like the odd one out in this scenario. So what background does she have maternally and paternally? She seems bicultural, biracial in different ways. So like a mom from one culture. There's got to be something different with her. He's 100%. She's not 100%. There's got to be something. Oh, thank you so much, Lola, for subscribing. I appreciate it, sweetie. There's got to be something with her that is different. Thank you. Likewise. How are you? There's got to be something different culturally with her. Do you know of anything in specifically? I know that usually, yeah, that's hysterical. Yeah, that's fine. But there's still something different though. And at the same time, you got to realize there's a lot of different, I've learned from, friends and clients that there's all kinds of different Mexicans, which I think is so cool. They all have different backgrounds, which I think is so interesting. Oh, hey, Lola. So just to let you know, I'm doing a paid reading. I love doing freebies, but I do those on TikTok. And when, my method of operation, what I do is I get on TikTok like 5 nights a week, or maybe days, sometimes it's daytime. And what I do is, like, for an hour or so, I'll do like free readings. I'll do crystal ball. I'll do 3-card answers, stuff like that. I hate yes and no. Yes and no, don't ever really participate, because yes and no is BS. I hate it. I only do it for the algorithm. I'm like, yes, no, yes, no. I only do that when there's like some platform change. But other than that, everything I do is from the heart. So it is legit, but don't participate. Do not take my yes and no seriously. But what I do is when people fulfill readings, I do it on YouTube. Why is that? Because It's not censored and it's comfortable. It's a nice environment. And when I read on TikTok, it drives me crazy. I got a violation for saying the word Instagram. I said to myself, I'm done. I'm not reading on this anymore. So on there, I do like, just for the traffic, and I appreciate the people that look at my content. But this is the space where I read. So I'm happy to do that for you, but I just right now, she's got to go soon, and I'm doing she booked a reading with me, sweetie. But yes, I'm very happy to pull for you. Okay, not a problem. And nice meeting you, by the way. All right, sweetheart Amy. What I was saying was, he feels it could be their financial difference, but what I was going to tell you is, that is true. I learned this from a Mexican client of mine. She's awesome, and she comes from a very wealthy family, actually, and she has almost platinum blonde hair, natural, and her eyes are like ice blue, and she's always telling people, we're from, the Mexicans are all different. There's Jewish Mexican, there's this kind, we're all different. A lot of people settled here from different cultures. People from all different countries came to settle here. And that's why the Spanish is so pretty. It's now pushed as the primary style for schools. It used to be Spain, and now Mexican Spanish supposedly is one of the most top-notch. They say, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so maybe that's why, because there's something that makes them feel very posh. What is that word in Mexican Spanish where it's for people that are like stuck up and like they think they're all like it's like it's not really demure, but it's like a tongue-in-cheek demure. What is the so in Spanish we say recatada. But what is that? It's a funny word that Mexican Spanish. I think piri piri pais. Is it piri piri pais? Something like it's like Anyway, I think that's what they are. They're all like piri piri pais, like bougie. I'm like bougie, but I'm not bougie. I think that's what's going on, because in the reading I'm showing him as feeling like low self-esteem. Really low self-esteem. What is that? Wait. I know it's at the tip of my tongue. I gotta figure out this word. I'm such a, Piri. Okay. Pipiri nice. Pipiri nice. That's what it is. Pipiri nice. Yeah. Oh, you're telling me there. Oh my God. Sorry. Yeah. Right. And it's like that's the perfect word, because it's got like according to my Mexican friends, they say that when they say it in their language, it's like it's tongue in cheek. It's like tongue in cheek. So, oh, okay, no problem, sweetheart. Yeah, no, I'll fulfill it right here. Yeah. So you're next. Thank you. And well, you're in Canada, so you had your Thanksgiving already. I was gonna wish you Thanksgiving, because today it's Thanksgiving for us. Okay. That's what's going on with that, and it is significant for you to know that. He feels judged, not only his body, his background, his money, and this starts to play in he already has self-esteem problems. He doesn't believe in himself, unfortunately, because he's talented. He's either musical or artistic, or there's something artistic about this man. And he can also be very good with business. And he sells himself short. I think you and I have talked about how he doesn't have any goals or something like that before. I think memory serves. But it really eats away at him. And also, I see him gaining weight. And then I see him losing weight and being thinner. And the thinner is because he's depressed, which is not good. Interesting. You're going to see some body weight changes. Okay. So this is coming up, which is very strange, but you do know that, okay, he's lazy, but he also has very low self-esteem. You do know you're hexed, right? Are you aware of that? I thought that was a little bit odd. I figured you would figure it out. I didn't know. It just came up now. Because there was something that I was going down the rabbit hole. So it's from someone at your job. But unless, what happened? Because there's a happened with this one. There's a happened with this one. Did you help someone get fired? Oh no, we're on Thanksgiving with E and this comes up. I tell ya. Okay, something tells me there's a story there. It's very, very new. It's very, very, very new. It's very new. So don't even worry about it now. Okay? Don't even worry about it. Okay? It's very, very, very new. So it's like tiny. All right? Okay, let me see. Yeah, he is spending it with her. It's going to be with family. He feels awkward. It's more with her people. There's going to be a lot of people that he doesn't know. Not a lot, but there's going to be a couple of people that he, doesn't know from her neck of the woods. Feeling judged. He has a very negative experience. So, with her, there was stuff. I thought that was in the past. I thought that lady and you just, things settled and that was it. Okay. Yeah, it's new, so don't worry about it. It's just really, really new. Okay, let me see. Maybe that's why another reason don't tell people your love feelings. Be very, 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 very quiet about it. You know, because in the reading, like I told you, like I think 3-4 times, don't say anything, don't say anything. You know, keep it quiet, so that nobody knows your crush. Nobody knows anything. Nobody's gonna, like, if you get a little bit coquette or whatever with him, play with your hair and stuff, that's not a big deal. Bat your eyelashes, not a big deal. Nobody knows. It's just if you start saying, if somebody asks you, then it goes around. Exactly. Perfect. Okay. Uh, okay. The reading doesn't close. There's a couple other things. There, you're going to find out something. Okay, I'm sorry. Hang on. Oh, Lord. Ugh. I thought you were done dealing with her and all that drama. You know how she is. That's the one with the green bag, right? She kept trying to give you the stupid green bag or whatever. Persistent, pernicious. Okay, so when it comes to so the next part, you're going to be finding out something online in reference to these people. China. Oh God, what happened with her? I'm sorry, I'm asking these questions that require you to, I'm sorry about that. Wow. Okay. It's complicated stuff. Maybe that's why the reading in the beginning said, she has a lot to say. Okay. There's a lot there. Okay. Wow. Okay. I thought the career thing was big enough because that's significant. That you the whole thing of like wanting to switch careers. I figured that heaviness was like a one thing, but I didn't know this stuff happened. Ooh. Well, you had to. But you know what? You know what it is about whistleblowers. No, you had to do what you had to do. Absolutely. And there's probably an open door policy, so it is what it is. You had to. But yeah, you stepped on some toes. Yeah, in the reading it said it. I was like, we got a lot to say. I said, maybe it's because it's been a while. I don't know. And then you said the career thing, and I was like, or I, something with in the dice. I was like, oh, maybe that's it, because like it's a big deal to like switch, from one career path into. I figured that had a thick story, but I can see now there's a lot there. So you're going to be finding something out about this reading or whatever online with these people. Just remember that when you look at their content and you look at stuff like that, to stay informed, because there's nothing wrong with that. Just remember to, have some kind of cleanse or something after for your own energy when you deal with looking at their stuff. Okay. That way you stay really neutral as best you can, because especially now with, spiritual stuff going on, it's better to do that. I like that. Well, that helps you out. That's a good thing. That's a very good thing that you have that. But you're still, unfortunately, you still gotta watch out for snakes in the grass, You gotta watch out for that, because it's better to be low profile, But, I get it. I imagine you had your reasons. Okay, hang on. The reading doesn't close. Let's figure out if it's with E. Okay. 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 So there's going to be something coming up with okay. Okay. Well, there's more money and opportunity in the elementary. But remember that well, that's okay. There's some astrology stuff that we can look into later for the best direction if you want to look into it that way. If not, follow your heart. But there, if you want to look into the vocational quirks and things like that, maybe I can give you yeah. Okay, so I just don't want to bring up something that you're not comfortable with. So that's why I didn't. All right, so this part's a little bit awkward. So how do I say this in a way that is very so this has to do with one of your family members that I don't think they like me very much. But I don't want to get into any kind of drama or anything like that. Let's just keep it, neutral. But there's a person, let me say it this way. There's a person that you work with that the reading is bringing up a warning. The reading is, I don't want to say anything about this person or whatever in any reading, but it's coming up for you. There's this person that you work with, there's a warning, and it's saying that there is going to be a stirred up issue, probably because you are related and work together. So I just want to leave it at that. So if you are ready for anyone pulling at old strings or bringing up something petty or stupid or whatever, be aware, because this shows that there's a lot of, apparently the staff there, a good chunk of them have nothing better to do. Okay, because get ready for another wave of issues with that. I know, the principal that likes you, I get you. But that get ready for another wave of an issue with that. That you need to be aware that there's another stink bomb. There's another stinky that's going to be, because people, when they're petty and they are vindictive and whatever, and they're not happy, they draw straws. Right? And people do that. And that's, so, so I just wanted to let you know that there's another piece of that can, because I'm not saying that the lady's going to say, oh, well, I'm going to go complain over here because you're accepting it, because then that's a whole big thing. Right. And they're going to, so unfortunately, when people are negative and envious and upset and they feel their job threatened and they're aggravated, especially people that are having like maybe they envy or economic hardships, and then, you know, this comparative crap. That's what they feed on. So unfortunately, that's when they say, okay, well, I'm going to go do this and I'm going to do that and I'm determined and I'm going to be vindictive, and they have nothing better to do, so they just kind of like obsess with that topic. And that's when some damage can be done. Right. Right, of course. Of course. And plus, you know, you are liked in the position. So that's why I'm saying, you know, that kind of thing. So all I'm saying to you is be aware, because there's another wave of that. And as long as you're aware, you're good. That's pretty much it. And now you can prepare yourself, you know, because you got to defend your niece or nephew, you know what I mean? So it is what it is. So that way, that's why the reading is mentioning, you know, be aware. Okay. So yeah, so pretty much that's it. Yeah, it was a weird read, very weird read. Lots of little things with him. Lots of little things with him. Oh, yeah, I know. That's the Virgo in you. You're like, yeah, I'm tired of it. I know. Hey, it is what it is. You're a smart girl. And the good thing is you really know what, you know, that you know, your boss likes you, and that's important. That's important. All right, sweetheart. Have a happy holiday, honey, and thank you so much. Let's see. So the oh my goodness, Lydia was the name. Let me check. Was it through PayPal? No, Canada doesn't have PayPal. You did it through Stripe. So let me go ahead and open this for you. I don't see your reading, sweetie. I don't know which one you booked. Which one was it? Thank you, sweetheart. Oh, the green heart emoji. I haven't seen that in ages. What was her name? Lydia, was it? Let's see. I'm sorry. Let me go up and find her name. What was it? She said she got a reading. I don't see it here, but maybe Lola J4. Yeah, Lola. Are you there, Lola? I don't see it. Unless she's in the States and she used PayPal. I don't know. I could check. But I don't think Canada has PayPal. They have. Lola, are you there? And there's a couple of people that got readings from you. I don't see them. So if you got one, then you gotta let me know. Okie dokie. I'll go check on TikTok. Going once, going twice. Lola, are you there? Lola? Okie dokie. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I'll be back.